Alrighty. Very good, very good. Okay. Hey, hey. I scooched this. Very good. Lovely. Mm-hmm. Noise. Very good. Oh dear. Rock and roll. Cool. Good stuff. Yeah, sorry. I just got out of the shower, and I always feel a little disoriented after I get out the shower. Um, POTS is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Yeah, but I'm okay. Just whoops! What the hell did I just set off? A hell of a thingamajig. How whack, but fun. Not to be confused with butt fun. That's very different. Oh, very silly. Good stuff. And up we go. Good, good. Yeah, if I could, honest to God, I've wanted to buy a shower seat for like 2 to 5 years, but I've never been able to afford one. And TBH, like, I will probably, you know what? I'm going to type that down. I'm going to type down to put in that, like, throne link for just later and other people. Add to throne a shower seat. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good stuff. Indeed. Weirs! So, if you have you ever watched Stargate and Stargate Atlantis? If not, I highly recommend Stargate Atlantis. It's my favorite of the Stargate series. But if you're looking for a bit more of a hard sci-fi type of thing, not truly hard sci-fi, but pretty close. I guess actually that's not quite fair. I'll just call it more hard sci-fi than Stargate Atlantis. Then I would recommend Stargate Universe. But I'm a big fan of Stargate. Stargate is one of my very favorite shows. When I was a kid, it was it was always very important to me as a kid, and even as an adult, I still care about Stargate quite a lot. And I absolutely love Stargate. It's one of my favorite things ever. Um, it's one of those things that like helped my like imagination and um, was the type of humor, escapism, and most everything else that I needed out of a show for most of my life. And on top of that, it's hilarious. It's well made. Well, Stargate Atlantis and the other one, Stargate SG-1. But that Stargate SG-1 has, I can't as like thoroughly recommend it as I can with Stargate Atlantis, because Stargate Atlantis is amazing. Oh, I know. Suppose one was too tired to shower, so they'd stand kind of still while someone else was showering. so they don't get tired. Oh, that's very funny. I'm amused. But yeah, Stargate Atlantis is pretty fucking... It's a great show. And basically by the time that Stargate Atlantis was in production, they had basically worked out all of the issues in the production of Stargate in general. Because of like 4 to 6 years of Stargate SG-1 or something. And as such, it's great. It's got no real issues. It's compelling, it's campy, it's fun, it's interesting. The types of sci-fi ideas they bring to the table are damn interesting. Oh, what, you don't like Stargate then? I take it. I mean, that's okay. Frankly, most of my life, almost nobody else has liked Stargate, so I'm not upset or anything. You've not watched? Well, episode when you're I got you. So, I can say this. If you were to start anywhere, I'd actually start with Stargate Atlantis. You don't need to know much about any of it. Or alternatively, if you want a gritty, harder sci-fi type of thing, you could just watch Stargate Universe. Stargate Universe is basically about a bunch of people who get stuck on a but actually I'm not sure. I don't think you'd like it very much, Stargate Universe, but you might like Stargate Atlantis because it's a very funny show. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's super funny. And like, that's half the draw of the show, is that goofy, hilarious crap happens all the time. And I'd say it's aged pretty well, all things considered. Yeah. Problem is, you have no appetite for anything anymore. I mean, I get it, man. I do understand. You valid. We call this, in the business, anhedonia. Dang. Okay, I would like to find... Is this book you'd like to read? A series to finish, series to start, music to listen to, projects to do. Yeah, makes sense, I get it. I understand your struggle, frankly. And were you the one who asked me what music I liked? I don't know, why would you wish to avoid such things? Like, I can understand why, but your reason would probably differ from mine. Rather, I could relate. There we go. So I was reflecting on it, and I was listening to the song Catch by Marathon. I will simply type it in chat for you. It's a great song. 10 out of 10, highly recommend. Maybe it's... Actually, I don't remember who it's by. I'm going to look it up real fast, because it's one of my favorite songs of all time. Hi, Kitty Man. He's a very cute little guy. Does the Mr. Man want to come up here and be a snuggle buddy? Hmm? Is that what you'd like to do? There we go. That one is what I need to be looking at. And then I just scroll down. Oh, no. It's Catch by Dresses. Yes. And, That's a very interesting perspective, Meatball. That, like, pleasure. And personally, I'm of the view that, like, I'm actually a staunch hedonist. I believe that amongst the things that life has to offer, pleasure is amongst the better and more important ones. Why? Because it assists with happiness. And that happiness will oftentimes remain out of one's reach and grasp should you avoid hedonism. Indeed. Happiness is the answer. For what purpose? Happiness. Nothing else. Nothing fancy. Just happiness. Because who doesn't like to be happy? I like to be happy. Which trap do you speak? There are a great many traps in life. Yes. Like, you've fallen into my trap. You've activated my trap card. Stuff like that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a question. When you are sitting idle, nothing else going on, all else is equal, on a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you? Your answer matters for the everything, I suppose. Because it matters a lot. So, and mind you, like, not experiencing boredom, just when you are in a neutral state. Okay, let me see. I would like a wand with more than 20 slots if I can find it. And one that I can afford to have it lose most or half of its capacity. Because I want to use the high mana, low capacity thing to make an absolutely ridiculous wand. Oh! What happens if I use this on a wand of multitudes? I can't help but try. This is deeply silly and a little unhinged, but I'm kind of here for it. I'd like to know what happens. Let me see. Where's my empty wand of multitudes? I have one of them. Ah. Okay. That's not empty, but I might end up using that. Actually, wait, what does this guy got? Hey, I mean, always cast Petrify's not bad. 10 slots isn't terrible. Hey, 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 Steffi. Oh, not 30 minutes ago, but quite some near the start of his stream. But yes, well, welcome on in, Steffi. How you doing? Yeah. Now let's see. Yeah, how are you and what's up and all that good shit? Yeah. And let me see. And Meatball say, if you don't have a choice, even if you manage to convince me, free will exists. And we have a choice, enforced by reality itself, to do what keeps us alive. And you can't put a number? But you must put a number, Meatball. You must. You doing all right, just vibing? I mean, hey, doing all right is certainly better than doing, terribly. And in general, I say that doing all right is, I suppose, good. So I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. And Meatball say, but if 0 is I'd rather die, -1 is I'm actually actively trying to end my life. And so okay, I guess I'll better describe the ones what 10 is. 10 is total elation. You are just elated beyond measure. You are incredibly happy. 1 is melancholic despair and catatonia. Where is your resting happiness? And Steffi, I'm actually kind of interested for you as well. Why? For giggles. For fun. I could turn this wand into an absolutely ridiculous monster of a wand. And you know what? I think I'm gonna. I'm going to do so at the expense of its capacity. I already sort of regret it, but that's okay. High mana, low capacity. The square root of -1, isn't that I? Ho ho. Hee hee. Or is it you? Hoo. Or is it E? I-E-O-U. If it's E, I thought that was Euler's number. Or as some people like to say, Euler. And that always makes me think of Ferris Bueller. But yes, 90% vibin is mostly why you hear. 9% because Hamper is completely nuts like me, and 1% Ren's voice is like ambrosia dripping down my ears. True that, though. Like, I absolutely love Ren's voice, and I believe that they have one of the most excellent, beautiful voices in existence. I'm glad to know that you agree. Because, I've said it before, I'll say it again. They are my sun and stars, my moon in the sky. Now, what? Now, that is a sizable improvement. Is it worth half of the capacity? Not at all. And in fact, I think that I'm glad that I did this experiment, but I'll not be doing it again. Because I just have so much trouble finding the damn extra wand capacity in the first place that it ain't worth it. Are you saying that it's 4? That sounds like a 4 to me. Maybe a 3? Possibly even as low as a 2? Hey, hey, Darium, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Right now we're discussing what everybody's, happiness... Well, so there's a concept called one's homeostatic happiness set point. And that's what we're chit-chatting about right now. Darium, when you're sitting alone, and you're just in a neutral state. On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you? 10 is utter elation, 1 is catatonic depression. Why does it matter? I mean, it doesn't matter that much, but, I'm curious. And it's a fun thing to talk about. Sitting and doing nothing, yes. Oh, yeah, I mean, like, Steffi, I am one of, like, there's no escaping it. I am super omega nerd. And, and naturally, I agree with you, Steffi, that oftentimes a person's in, like, a mixed sort of state. So I would say, like, average your happiness and sadness and tell me on a 1 to 10 scale. I'm curious. Darium, 3. Yep. This actually, I'm not going to say my hypothesis yet, but I've had a hypothesis about this for a long time. But once I get Steffi's and Meatball's answer in a number, then I can actually, or else you won't feel good. That makes a lot of sense, Darium. I mean, that's quite common and both understandable and, yeah. That's okay, Steffi. That's alright. You could just tell me, like, the range if you would like. The median if you want. Well, Steffi, I give you the following. I give you...
Let's go to space! Let's go to
Hug.
space!
You get hugged.
Let's
And
go
hey, Ash. Welcome
For
on
that
in.
special?
Right now we're discussing people's homeostatic happiness set points. Yeah. That is what we are discussing. Because everybody deserves hugs. Because, life is very hard, and it's understandable people have a hard time. 4? Okay. Frankly, yeah, like, so, since I was about, like, a 2 or 3 year old child, I would say that my homeostatic happiness set point was around a 2. But my hypothesis is that streamers have remarkably low homeostatic set points for their, happiness. And this is a mostly genetically determined factor, mind you, but the rest is by environment and, like, parenting and whatnot, and, yeah. A game accidentally reinvented homeopathy? Elaborate, Ash. But yeah, homeostatic set points can be affected, like if anybody intends to have kids. A way that you can give your child a higher one is by doing 3 things. Having making sure that the mother has a less stressful pregnancy. 2, what do you calls it? Making sure that, the child, really just up to the age of, like, 26, really, doesn't have, but really, most importantly, before the age of 7, is, not excessively stressed out or made to feel as though their, like, value as a person is low. Yeah, if you do that, generally it will improve their homeostatic set point by 3 points. And Project Zomboid. Oh yeah! Wait, they added fluid mixing? And alcohol decreases power. Now that's interesting. You can delete... I actually did... I did know about that because of, what is it called? One of my favorite YouTube creators, their name is, Francis John. I actually shared one of their, was it Ren? I don't remember, but Ren asked me to find the video for them, and so then I found it for them. And they shared it, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I shared, I don't fucking remember. It all blends together. But basically, it was a video that I shared when Dunk was refusing to figure out Oxygen Not Included's basic mechanics about, about the, job priority system, as well as the skills for the dupes. Yeah. Yeah. And that video was by Francis John. He's a really great content creator, and he also does RimWorld. That's really what I would say he has the most content on, but it's not all of his content by any means. I can move this around? Are you fucking serious? Incredible. I had no idea. Yeah, that's actually awesome as fuck. Like, I had no idea I could move that around. What a great quality of life feature for this mod. Holy shit, man. I love that. I mean, if you just right click and I can move it. Man. I feel like that's life changing. I'm not gonna accidentally click that all the time now. Fuck yeah. Dope. Oh yeah. And thank you for reminding me, Steffi. Essentially, my hypothesis is that, for one, because streamers have a higher likelihood to be neurodivergent in some regard, and the people who are neurodivergent tend to have not gotten the type of support they need in life most of the time, right? For one reason or another, but usually just due to the inadequacies of society. That essentially, in basically every single case, a neurodivergent person is just gonna likely not be as happy. And because there's a higher number of neurodivergent people who are streamers, that's one factor. But that's not the only factor, really. Another one is that people who stream, I've noticed, just personal observation, I guess, that many of them tend to be the sorts of folks who fall into one of a few categories. One of them is people who have, like, attachment problems of various sorts, which, mind you, that just means that a person has had issues in their life with, like, trust and, like, being betrayed in one way or another. It's, yeah. But essentially, that already, having attachment issues, and just, it affects your ability to relate to other people. That reduces your overall happiness. Yeah. And then there's several other, like, small factors here and there that I think that, on average, means that streamers are not as happy of sorts of people, right? And, yeah. Personally, it's something I wanted to write a paper about a long time ago. But, you know. I'm not going to be going into like my academic career is, because I've started streaming, it's a moot point. Because frankly, there are few things as bad for an academic career as streaming while it's associated with your name, or not, like, totally unassociated, rather. But yeah. Good stuff. It's interesting. I personally like. I think it's a very interesting factoid. My opinion. And I certainly don't think nothing bad about it. It's just one of those things. And I personally blame society because, I'm of the opinion that society owes it to every one of the members of society to I suppose, meet most of their needs. Yeah. And that such a thing should be systematized, automated, and handled by a highly efficient bureaucracy of some kind. But, I am, of course, just a disabled person on the internet, so really my opinion doesn't matter very much. I think I think we're talking about the same person. I know exactly who you're talking about, Steffi. Yeah. something about a trivia game, mayhaps. Yes, and yeah, like to my knowledge, they've not like done any real associating of their name, right? Oh, really? No, I guess I guess there's more than one. Damn, son. Um, Fascinating. I was actually thinking of in this particular instance, QZ. Yeah. Good stuff. But fortunately, since he already got his since he's basically at the stage he's at, he's safe. Yeah. Usually it's just an issue like before you get into my bad, before you get into graduate school, because that's really where you like the greatest danger in that regard lies because many reasons. But if you also are just like a really exceptional candidate, I suppose you can also get away with it, being a streamer, that is. But if you're generally kind of average, like on paper I am, you know, there's no getting away with that. That's just how it be. Because, yeah. But it's interesting all the same. And you say that you're generally happy during them, and that's quite understandable. And I too am also generally quite happy, right? Like, I would say that on a day-to-day basis, my overall average happiness throughout the day is like 5 or 6. Even though my natural biological homeostatic set point is 2 or 3. Right? But some people are just like, they have really high natural homeostatic set points, and they're just really happy all the time. It's a whole thing, man. I don't know how to deal with such individuals. They got so much energy, man. Stuff of nightmares, if you ask me. Yeah, if you're rate your average happiness, be around 7, 8, doing nothing. Now, I mean, that makes a lot of sense about, like, yeah, because doing nothing is, a lot of people don't like that. Yeah. I totally get it. I've never actually had a particularly big issue doing nothing. As in, like, I don't get upset or unhappy when I'm just doing nothing. I am usually just as content to not do things as I am to do things. I've always been that way, right? Because I can just meditate or whatever, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna chill. But really, I would call that just a way to cope with boredom, really. And at the end of the day, that's all it is. And most people don't like being bored, because it's unpleasant. It is pain and suffering. It's awful. And if one can avoid it, they should. Yeah. Hey, Schleifer, what's up? Used to be a big streamer like 10 years ago. Wow. Went in academia, had to focus on that. And so his streaming career suffered. He gets maybe 150 viewers max. But usually 80 to 100. Wow, interesting. And let's see. And let me see. I finished. I showered earlier, so I'm feeling nice and clean. Yeah. I was a bit disoriented a bit ago because, you know, I had postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, or POTS. And so I was, because standing up for a while is, basically when you have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, you're more likely to have POTS. And having POTS means that your blood vessels don't constrict in response to activity correctly. As such, you're very likely to faint if you're not careful. Yeah. Because, you know, like, and you go from, like, horizontal to vertical. Look at the pretty flower! I've noticed that only some of the time in Noita, the pretty flowers are there, right? Why are the pretty flowers only sometimes around, right? So, like, did they make a whole, like, blooming cycle for these freaking flowers? Because I saw one that was red, and I mean, I love it, and it's very pretty, but I don't understand why. And let's see. If you have low blood pressure, you can happen. And with postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, basically, you're just very likely to have low blood pressure. Yeah. It's just a thing. And, hey, Rosca Pusion Maitomi. You finished your almost 20-hour run. Finally got that 100.5 enemy progress. Hell yeah! Exactly, Steffi. I do got to be very careful whenever I get up. For example, most of the time, it's actually a lot worse for Ren in this respect than it is for me. Like, usually if I just, like, hyperventilate, like I'll exhale and inhale, and hey, Dark Fox, welcome on in. Generally, I will not faint if I stand up quickly, so long as I, like, do the hyperventilation trick. I just go like... and I am okay. And Ren is me partner. Renophilia? Yeah. They recommended you in the chat. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They told Dunk that you was streaming. Mm-hmm. But yeah. Yeah. They're my partner. They are my sun and stars, my moon in the sky. I love them dearly. We live together. Yes. And that is why there is, wrong button. Yes, and that is why some of the time people get a little confused about, like, I remember that one of my, oh god, who was it? Jack Bursper did not know that we were separate people. It was very funny. So, Ren started watching Dunker Slam a while back, and I pretty quickly started watching it with them because they were watching, and I was like, what is this? But because neither of us owned the game for a long time, and it was only when Jack Renders, yes, gifted it to us that I was able to start playing it. So yeah, that's what got me into that. But yeah, we generally watched Dunk yap about chainsaws a lot, and it was a lot of fun. And although poor Ren, I'm pretty sure that they lost their they almost had a 7 streak. I'm pretty sure they lost it because Dunk won Power Words. That's a tragedy, if you ask me. I didn't feel like betting because we basically agreed. Never again are we going to vote on the same thing. It is sad, Schleifel. It is so sad, but you know, it does happen. Yeah. Oh yeah, Roska, that makes a lot of sense. It can be very difficult to die at the end of a run, and that's actually why I've not gotten any more stainless armors, why I have not gotten another repelling cape, and amongst other things. It's all so that I can hit myself with Midas and drink acid. Yeah. Too many effects got set too little. I think Dunk got a TI win. Yeah, that's right. Maybe. No, wait, or did he not? No, I think he lost. 200 stainless armor. That's crazy. Yeah, that's a lot of stainless armor, right? Also, I was thinking I might actually do the Sun Quest because I realized that I actually have a Sun Seed. I was thinking that which one is, like, I don't recall. What's the what's the order you want to do these things in? I'm probably not going to do all of the things in one run. Like, is it the Dark Sun I want to make first so I don't have to move it later? Is that how it works? I just don't remember. I am a New Game Plus Plus. Yeah. Yep, the Power Words one was what got Ren, yep. Mm-hmm. I mean, I thought it was a safe bet, right? I mean, I didn't like counsel them on this one because they're out and about. But yeah, like I was just like, I figured that would be a fucking safe bet, that one, right? I'm a little shocked. Levitanium, I see. I can only make one, son, unless you know how to dupe items. I do know how to dupe items, and I was planning on making an entity duplication wand. However, in the meantime, that's right. I was also going to make a very funny, really goofy, extreme silliness wand that is it's basically meant to be a tentacle spawner. Okay, it's going to be a tentacle. What the fuck did I call it? Yeah, tentacle slug spawner. And I'm gonna mess about with it using things like I made the list that Dark Fox recommended because I discovered some funky things about it recently. But phasing arc, copy trail, chaos larpa, orbit larpa, and long distance cast. I'm gonna use these things to make a slug wand that does a lot of damage. That is part of my aim. And I would like to... Oh, okay, now I find my wand of multitudes that I could have done the thing on, but it's fine. Let's see. I believe I also already have a slug wand that does more than half of what it's supposed to, but not all of it. That's right. This one's an infinite damage wand. That's right, that's right. Okay. And let me see. And in case you didn't hear me, Dark Fox, He-Wo! Yes. And, what's this one? Or is this the guy? No, this is not the guy. However, this is a very fun wand, but, you know, I don't know, it's not. And also, does this guy have anything I need for the aforementioned silliness? They do not. Away you go, good sir. Away you go. Ah, fuck. Well, that's bad. I'm dealing with that problem later. Yeah. I put it at the bottom of my, like, store, like, things that have, like, stored spells in it, and I am not dealing with that right now. You know, some of the time, I get myself into these situations where it's just like, why did I click like this? I feel very silly. Ah, yes. This guy is meant to be a functional sort of like freeze melee thing on everything. The Father, the Son, and the Chicken McNugget. Hell yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Steffi. I really appreciate it. And I also appreciate that the Father, the Son, and the Chicken McNugget, because that's the only way to get that sound is from a raid. You know, and if you guys don't know Pulu, that's from Pulu VT. Yes. I asked them if I could use a few other clips, and they say a few clips, and they said yes, and I'm very happy about it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see, and how long has this run been going? No less than 40 hours, but probably getting closer to 100. Sun-related. Pillar pieces. Yeah, I'd like you to find that page if you could, because that would be very helpful. I would appreciate that, Roska. Indeed, I appreciate it. I love getting the raids. It's very nice, and I appreciate it, Steffi. But yeah, where the fuck is the dealio? Because I have a little slug wand that I want to show, because it's cute, and it makes slugs. And I mean, like, who doesn't love that? That's just adorable, right? Because, you know, That's not what the tentacle spell is supposed to do. And I feel like that's why it's great. It's just, it feels like, you know, you're doing something you're not supposed to. And also, it's utterly ridiculous. Well, there's this guy. This guy does a few of the things. But he does not do all of them, right? He does... I do like this one because... Yeah, there we go. You see all the slugs here? I'm not sure if this particular design does damage. Let's find out. I have yet to figure out fully how to control it, by the way, because the slugs just kind of do what they want. I mean, that certainly looks like that thing did damage to him. That is certainly how that appears, but I can't say that for sure. Father of the sun and growing deep. That's very silly. Okay, and what if I fire it thrice? What will I get then? Because, yeah, this particular wand and... Okay, so I'd either missed them or it didn't deal damage. I can't tell. Eh? Maybe I should go somewhere that has a much higher enemy density. You know, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, we'll go somewhere where there's a whole lot more guys around that can get mollywopped, yes. You know what? This cute little room here, this will suffice. Okay. And now I will stand up here until the things retract so that we know it's not the other things that are hitting the bad guys. Now. Whoa. Oh, okay, so it can deal damage. That is so fucking weird. I mean, are they being mean to the cat in the first place? Is my first question, right? And thank you so much, Roska. I really appreciate it. Okay. First run. Make a new sun at both moons. Dark sun at the dark moon. Okay. Completes the sun quest. And leaves both suns at their respective moons. Okay. Colliding the suns and killing the boss. They can be... Okay, that makes sense, yeah. I got you. Yeah, taking it to the vet is not a bad idea indeed. They have kidney issues? They got kidney stones. Oh, poor baby. Well, why don't they get her a diaper? Frankly, it sounds like the poor baby needs some diapers. Unless the baby won't cooperate with diaper, in which case that's an unfortunate situation. No doubt. Yeah, the other option is, of course, to, you know, restrict, like, and how old is the cat? Actually, that's an important question. And yeah, I'm also sorry for the poor little baby, because yeah, that's never any good with shit like that, because, you know, they're just sweet little babies. They usually don't know no better. And if they do know better, I find that usually when kitty cats are being mean to people, I find that 10 out of 10 times, yeah, that's not true. A lot of the time, they will tend to be doing so because the person is being mean to the cat, right? You know. Certainly, that is my perspective on it. Okay. Now let's put the orbital ARPA here, and I would like to see what the hell this does. Okay. What? Oh, I see. Ooh! That's funny. I see that this makes more sluggy-looking slugs. They are extremely slug, and they seem to have grown the ability to fly. And they've gotten quite a lot more formidable, it would seem. Interesting. It also causes quite a lot of unexpected slowdown. Weird. That is so strange. Huh. Fascinating. Yay, I'm so glad that you remembered the command. Whee! I think you're probably right about that, Steffi. That one does ring a bell to me. Oh, no. Wait, is that... Oh, my goodness. Is this a bad guy? I can't tell. No, it's definitely not a bad guy. Oops. Shit. That's exactly what I was thinking, Ash, is that the... Maybe, like... So do you have a way to take the kitty cat with you to a better situation? If not, that's very understandable, but also quite unfortunate. Because I had a cat way back in the day, right? Their name was Peaches. And Peaches, I'm not gonna lie to you, they were the smartest cat I've ever seen in my entire life. And they actually did... This has a happy ending, mind you. They got to live to, like, I don't know, like 12 or 13, maybe 15 years old or something. No, 12, 10. They lived a long time, frankly. But they got to live out their latter years with a really nice lady who from Poland who just really loved the kitties and took great care of them. But yeah, just know that this story has that nice ending. Oh, and I believe that you're looking for no yes. As the command, I mean.
Oh no!
Oh yes.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So yeah, Ash, are you aware that that's... I suppose... Yeah, that's... I gotta say, that's pretty unacceptable for the parents wanting to do that. Yeah. Okay, so Ash, here is something I wish I had known a lot sooner in terms of kitty cat water bowl. Okay? That can fix a lot of issues. Like, it can really mitigate a lot of issues with cats' water bowls. If the inside of the bowl is made of tin... In fact, I will write it down for you in the chat. Tin, copper, bronze, or brass. Yeah. It will disrupt the cellular membranes of bacteria. And what this means for the kitty cat's water bowl is that it stays a hell of a lot cleaner. So, doing such a thing, basically, and what's fantastic about this is that many takeout containers have a tin or have a lining on the inside of them that is one of those materials. So if you find one that has like a, I guess just yellowish, I guess it's like a yellowish, goldenish kind of color to it, that there's a pretty good chance that that would make a much better water bowl than whatever water bowl you are using. I wish I had known this back when I owned Peaches, because then they would have had a much cleaner water bowl, right? Yeah. What is limescape? I see. Oh, is that the thing? Is that... I don't know what that is. I gotta look that up to find out. Oh, am I still missing the triangle boss? How you know that? Oh wait, that's right. No, I did kill the triangle boss, the gate boss, but I used a non-kill credit method. Yeah, because I couldn't do that without perishing. I got you. That is unfortunate, Ash, but you know. Personally, I think if you talked to enough people at the university, there's a pretty solidly good chance you'd be able to find somebody to take the kitty cat. Right? Particularly if you spoke to somebody at the library, because people at libraries tend to like kitty cats. It's just a fact. It may sound silly, but you know, it's a thing. My mother worked at like they still work at an academic library, so like, and I can say that damn near every single one of their coworkers loves kitty cats. And that is where the nice Polish lady that took care of my former kitty cat, Peaches. That's where they... how that ended up happening. Yes, words are difficult, but yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, that's just fucked up, man. Yeah, it sounds to me like your parents ain't very good. I'm not gonna be honest. I've been thinking this for a while, Ash. It does not sound to me like your parents are very good people, and I'm very sorry that that is the case. So, whichever one of those metals doesn't give you the poisoning, at least one of them doesn't. I'm pretty sure it's tin. Go with that one, right? But if you can, if we're dealing with harm mitigation stuff right now, then you kind of have to weigh which one is going to be worse in the short and long run, you know. And odds are that whatever fucked up bacteria are in the water bowl are going to be worse. Yeah, but ideally, they don't have to deal to metal poisoning at all, and they can get one of the safer metals as an option, because there are quite a few options. Now, projectile area teleport. Yeah. Here's what I'm going to do with the projectile area teleport. I'm going to toss it on here. And then I want to see what the hell that does. But this should be very interessant. Oh shit. Wow. God damn. Whoa, that's cool. This wand build is working a lot better now with the projectile area teleport. Because frankly, it was a pretty non-functional build without that. And now, we have the Orbe-Larpa. Now what I would like to do is add... I suppose I can get rid of one of the decelerating and swap it out for Copy Trail. And goodbye, Mr. Rain Cloud. Tis sad without you, but I can live without it. Okay. Now what shall this do? Ooh, that's wacky. So it has made each of the slugs a good bit longer. Real question is, does it still deal sufficient damage? Because if so, that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good, I would say. Because that means that there can be, like, the slug business can be systematized and made into rather useful builds, as well as just being really goofy looking. Whoa. Yeah, they still look to do damage, yeah. Oh, that's right. I also wanted to try out a few things with Tentacler and Personal Tentacler. And yeah, as I suspected, this one does not have either of those on it. So the fact that we have been able to totally decouple the source of the thing, of the tentacle, is very good. Excellent, even. Yeah, because to my recollection, that that one has been a source of consternation for not just myself, but most people. What? Who try to do things with the tentacle. Also, good sir, why you suddenly having a hard time having that guy perish? It's strange. Interesting. Whoa. I did a chunk of damage. What I find interesting is that in many respects they behave a lot like a physics body in certain situations. Like, there was one time that one of the slug things, it may or may not have become a wisp, because I think I had maybe one reduced lifetime on it. I'm not sure if that's even possible for that to become a wisp for a slug, but in any case, I recall that for whatever reason, whenever there was an explosion, the thing just went flying. And it was prior to that, I didn't even know that there were even any active projectiles around, because it had just been laying on the ground. And it looked like detritus. And then a different wand exploded it, and then it went flying. But it did not get rid of it. It was very strange, honestly. You gotta go do things. You bet, Roska. I hope you have a really fun and nice day, and I hope the things go well. Yeah. Whoa, I like how they spin. Oh, that's so pretty. Interessant. This is for sure not the most efficient way to kill these bad guys. But I suppose I can just fire this off and deal with them that way. Yeah. Whoa. That's a lot of gold. So, I really enjoy the way that the little slugs fly around in different directions and do goofy shit. It's fantastic. I'm gonna run a brief little 1-minute ad to get rid of pre-rolls, but other than that, I will be right on back. What here? There we go. Marvelous. So, I do find that to be an interesting idea. That Eldritch Slimes might find it offensive to be called a blob dude. Personally, I would say that it's a common misconception, you see, because blob dudes are actually a separate type of species of eldritch creature. Blob dudes are actually defined less by their fractal self-similar nature, and more so by the fact that they are amorphous and tend to be able to fit through various types of small spaces. However, an eldritch slime would, technically speaking, need not actually move anywhere, because they can seep through the boundaries of reality itself, and this kind of removes the necessity for such a thing. But blob men, on the other hand, are not necessarily self-similar fractal creatures. Common misconception. That's very silly. I love it. That's great. Kaboom! Yeah. You know, let's see. What was that other spell that Dark Fox mentioned? Long distance cast, and then Chaos Larva. Well, let's fetch those and do some goofy ass shit. Actually, what does this one do? I like that, the little waviness. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, this particular... because this wand is a lot more traditional in terms of, like, the behavior you'd expect. From, you know, like your tentacle timers and the like, but it's still... first, because I don't remember if I have cast that particular spell before. Yeah, that's good enough. That will have cast it. I like the way it just slowly drags things back. It's pretty fun. That was great. I like the way it just exploded. It was fun. It's part of why I really like the overgrown and fungal caverns, is just the silly ass shit that they get up to. It's kind of like the ridiculous ways in which the what do you call them? I believe that's a 6 and not an 8. Here we go. Yeah, it's a 6. I really enjoy the rather, I forgot what I was saying, so it's fine. Oh yeah, I really enjoy the way that the it's like the healers, right? And the way that they just tend to do like really unhinged and like not very good for them behaviors. Okay. Oh, that one's nice. I think, unless that's a 6 and not an 8. No, it's an 8. Very good. Okay, we picked this. Wait a minute. We need to. You know, there's no bad guy here. And then toss most of the TNTs away. Okay. Just like that. Now this guy goes in here. Lovely. Okay. Good stuff. scooch and scooch. And grab. Good, good. Alrighty. Whee! Do 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 do. Yeehaw. Okay. And then I press this button. Very good. And now, I investigate this one. Oh golly, now that's a very funny wand just right out the box that I absolutely would like to cast because that's very funny. Oh, interesting. Fascinating that that did not do what it was supposed to. Right on top of the target, you say. It appears that you did not do that. Oh god, that's funny. Yeah, that's pretty goofy. Oh! Just occurred to me, I could use this to reduce the speed of this. And other such things. Huh. Fascinating. I've not yet thought of that. Whoa. That's quite the difference. I did not expect that, realistically, yeah. This is making it a lot clearer about, like, that whole, like, child entity thing, right? Where the tentacle has, like, a child entity that inherits, like, the lifetime and crap. Whoa. I wonder why the game stuttered there. So basically the way the child editing, that's quite funny. I'm afraid this is not the film Gattaca. God, that, although I'm okay with it, damn, that particular reference absolutely dates me quite a bit, yeah. No, don't edit the child! That's very funny. I am thoroughly amused. But yes, so a child entity of, like, the tentacle spell is, I believe, how most, it's how I believe the, okay, it's what most people probably assume was going on with, my little, like, slug dealio that made the cute little slugs. Yeah. Yeah. However, and in this wand, yes, that is what is going on. But also, I'm not so sure that that's the case with these slugs. Because if I'm not mistaken, these slugs are made possibly... Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they are being produced almost exclusively by projectile area teleport. In fact, there should not be any more of them if I, do this. Theoretically. Yeah. As I suspected, the projectile area teleport's modification to both the pathing and the speed have some type of fucked up interaction with, with the tentacle. It's already starting to become sort of detached from Mina, but not entirely, right? Yeah. And then we add the projectile area teleport behind a wand refresh, so it shouldn't be getting cast. I believe this will make a few of the slugs after a short bit. Or maybe not. Unsure. We will find out. Let's see. Oh. Was it a one-off fluke, maybe? Did I accidentally fire the other one? Possibly. I would be very surprised if the actual position of this mattered, and that putting it here changed things. But it might. Oh, maybe. Because, yeah, this one, like, to me, it looks like this is your more traditional, like, spawning the tentacle, and like some strange child entity of the tentacle, right? That inherits the lifetime and like modifiers. However, it seems very distinct in every conceivable manner. Oh wow, that one. Now that was very cute and slug-like. I enjoy it. Yeah, that one was very much not the type of thing that this guy tends to produce. We will first explosive detonator. There's no confusion. So after just a couple of casts, this should make a bunch of tentacles start. Yeah, there we are. Yeah. We have a bunch of little slug tentacles flying out every which direction. It seems that they originate, at first, from the origination point of Mina, but then afterwards they originate from wherever the tentacle impacted, which is most peculiar. And rather than actually, like, function like a tentacle, both the back and the front of the tentacle just go woo! And thusly, it looks like a slug. It is most odd, most peculiar. I love it. Yeah, this is a damn strange. Oh, I love that. Whoop. That's funny as shit. Tee. Tee. Okay. Now regarding the poor Will kitty cat, I do think that although it'll probably be difficult, I think you ought to try to find, like, because you won't be in the dorm forever, right? You're not only gonna be there like a year. Like, because most people I know that when they go to college, they stay in the dorm for like a year. They determine that they don't like the dorm, and then they do one of three things. They move in to a. Oh, actually, wait a minute. You might theoretically be able to get an exception made for your kitty cat. Maybe. Pretty unlikely, but maybe. Especially if you can get them either classified as a service animal or a series of other things of that nature, right? That said, if you were to explain the situation to any type of like administrator at the university, they might be able to help you out with that. And as well, if to do nothing else, to find a person to take care of the kitty for a while, right? Yeah. So it's a damn difficult situation, no doubt. However, I do believe it can theoretically be resolved. But yeah, I'm very sorry you're having to deal with the situation in the first place. My birth father had he was similarly cruel to animals, I'll just say. And, I don't support such things. Thousand charge, that's not quite good enough, I wouldn't say, but I mean, it's otherwise got nice stats. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, now this is fucking strange. Yeah, sure, I'll give that a cast for giggles. You know, I would very much not mind making some type of art wand out of this. Yeah. I'm gonna keep the wand until I yank it off of there to do something different later. Actually, wait, how frequently can this particular thing fire? Not very, but it does just... I think it just needs one more Lumi drill and it should be okay. Yeah, one more Lumi drill should probably solve that. Most likely. Good stuff. Press a few buttons. Do-do-do. Da 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 So, what else do I need to do here in terms of getting this? That's right, orbiting arc. I wanted to see what adding a little skidge of orbiting arc would accomplish. Let's see what that does. Interesting. It appears that it's removed. Oh no, it did not entirely remove the strange little guys. However, it has localized their, I guess, presence somewhat. Fascinating. Yeah, that's very interesting. I wonder why it behaves quite like that. Because that is not entirely obvious to me. So it seems like a pretty solid, large difference in the way it's behaving. Because that's... it kind of keeps it more contained a bit. Not by too much, though. Oh, shit. Welcome on in. Thank you so much, Lassie Ace, for the raid. I really appreciate that. Right now, we have, we're doing some goofy ass shit. So, allow me to demonstrate for you all. Let's see. So we're gonna do that guy, and then let's see. Let's first shout out. Slash. Shout out. Shout out. Lassie Ace. Yeah. Lassie Ace. Do 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 do. Yeah. Hell yeah. If you haven't followed Lassie Ace, I highly recommend you guys do so. And, yeah. Let's see. Couldn't find spaghetti? That's very silly. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Lassie Ace. I certainly hope that y'all's pre-rolls are not heinous, because frankly, I'd hoped they would go... I was trying to keep the things away, but yes. Hopefully y'all can hear me. In any case, woo indeed. Welcome in, Veldak. It's great to see ya. And right now, I would like to show you guys a cute little thing I've been working on, and that is part of what we're testing today. It's this these slugs here. We had determined that they can deal damage, and they're quite strange. Let me tell you what. And I'm trying to figure out some of their properties, I guess, because they don't quite behave the way you would expect. And they're slightly decoupled from Mina, like, more than slightly, actually. They're kind of entirely decoupled from Mina, which is pretty weird for a slug spell, or, not, damn it, not a slug spell. I mean, to me, it's a slug spell, my heart and my soul. But yeah, indeed, Italian raid. Oh yeah, that's right, we've got this guy. The Silius is a me.
It's a me! That's yeah.
But yes, thank you again so much, Lassie Ace. If you need to raid and run, that's totally understandable. And I hope you have a great evening. Yeah. And, right now I'm trying to figure out exactly, like, what in the hell these things are doing here, right? Because, yeah, these are obviously dealing damage and shit. And it's clearly the chain spell that is producing the slugs in large part. Not 110%, I don't think. I think that the slugs can be made without that. Although, actually, yeah, let me see. Yeah, this one does not have chain spell. Oh, that's right, now I remember. We did just test it, and the chain spell does seem to be necessary, to my recollection. Yeah, because normally you would just expect this type of nonsense, right? With the tentacles and, like, them, one going after the other, right? You know, being attached to the end of one. And making a very long line, and then just becoming, like, a whole bunch of nonsense. But that is not what they're doing with the other one. But in case you guys don't know me, I am hamperchamp. I am an eldritch slime, achieving world domination, one stream at a time. And right now, I am playing Noita. And trying to... This is my first big god run, and I'm trying to figure out a whole lot of different damage solutions so that I can start Nightmare streaking very soon. Because that's what I would like to do. I fucking love Nightmare mode. It's the best. I will probably be terrible at doing the streaking thing, but I will try. I will try. And it will be fun. I will have a lot of fun doing so. But yeah. And, basically I'm just trying out all of the different wand builds I can think of and want to try out, and it's a good time. We're in New Game Plus Plus, and we're probably going to go to another new game very soon. Oh shit, man, now this here could be even more unhinged in a literal and metaphorical sense than other types of than the other tentacle wands, because the always cast being chain spell kind of changes a lot of things, right? But also, those of you guys who are new here, by all means, I recommend that you take a look at the sounds. And welcome on in, Meat Standing. Thank you so much for joining. I'm glad to see you. I hope you're doing well. And let's see. Gotta grab this feller. And now let's remove all of the ice ball, because ice ball is bad. It's lame. Yippee indeed. Hee. Alright, so what exactly would I like to do here? That's great. I believe it. Yes, I gave Lassie Ace a shout out. Fantastic. And we're going to put this guy away for now because, frankly, I guess maybe I'll take the projectile area teleport off. But then again, is it affecting things? Even though it seems like it shouldn't. Let's see. Let's fire it off a couple of times and find out. Maybe. It might be, but probably not, I don't think. I will deal with the possibility that it could be doing that later. I do not wish to do so at this specific moment. Actually, wait, what is that? Oh, it's just ambrosia? Nah. Nah. And you love it? I'm so glad. What's precious, the wand and the silly-ass slugs and how cute they are? Or the sound? Because I also love the sound. They're all it's all great. I'm going to run a 1-minute ad here real quick. I will be right back. Ooh. Okay. This is a very good haul. Mm-hmm. I find it such a tragedy. And I'm glad that it's... The Yippee is very cute. I also love the Yippee. I find it such a tragedy, though, that the Eldritch Portal doesn't... A, do more, B, take modifiers, and C, I don't know. Just be less underwhelming, I guess. Because I really feel like it should be less underwhelming. But it's exceedingly underwhelming, is it not? Yeah. Such is life, but you know, what you gonna do about it? However, I am pleased that the, that I seem to have, we all seem to have established now that the chain spell is essential for making the strange little slugs. Another person commented, and indeed they about this a while back when we were streaming, and their hypothesis was extremely correct. I believe we've sufficiently tested it now that we can come to this as a pretty solid conclusion. which I am very pleased about. A woo indeed, I agree. Much strongly. I really do love the sounds, they're so much fun. What is this? Concentrated light bounce, meh. Actually, I'm pretty sure I've got like a wand that's basically the same vibe. Well, actually, now I need to know if it's basically the exact same fucking wand. Otherwise, if it is, I'm gonna be a little bit alarmed. But I will figure that out another time. Excellent. Ooh! Explosion! Yeah. But how was Lassie Ace's stream? Tell me about it. I know he was playing Deep Rock Galactic and I tuned in a bit earlier. I agree with you, Schleifu. Agree. Because, yeah, it was a lot of, how did the Deep Rock Galactic go? Yes. Was there much rock? Because I don't actually know very much about the game. Other than it pretty much looks like it takes place in, like, the Leagues of Votan inside of Warhammer 40,000. That's basically the only thing I have been able to conclude about the game. Okay. And I think I just checked this one. Yeah, definitely did. Okay. Good. Alrighty. So. I was also thinking the other day about... Well, actually, does anyone else here... does anyone from Lassie Ace's stream... Do any of you guys like Stargate? The show? Stargate SG-1, Atlantis, Stargate Universe, any of them? Because, golly, I love Stargate. It is, one of my favorite sci-fi shows. And I was also thinking about The Expanse the other day. And I was thinking... it was alright. I don't have anything especially profound to say about The Expanse, but I do have a lot to say about the other one. About Stargate. I love Stargate. It's great. Do I need another null shot? I really don't feel like I do. Yeah, nah. But yeah. Good stuff. I see that a significant number of people from Lassie Ace's Street are probably sleepsy little guys. And they just be napping. I will make sure to try to not be too loud. Yeah. Oh. Thank you, Dog Fox, for the hug. I much appreciate it. Because, yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how to make a user-specific, count. Yeah. Like a user-specific variable that, like, counts upwards. I frankly don't know why it's so hard to figure out. I feel like it shouldn't be. But of course it is.
You are cooked, my friend.
I'm cooked, you say? Oh, that's funny as shit. That's a great use of that one. Do I want this wand? I'm not sure. Let's see, what type of velocity? You look to have extremely average velocity. Son of a bitch. That was gonna be what helped me. Or maybe it's low? I can't tell, actually. Well, I have enough wands. I don't need that guy. Instead, I will just fire a bunch of tentacles and slugs at them. And the bad guys will simply have to deal with that. See, I love the way the woo. They're so cute. Oh my goodness, and thank you, Meat Stand, for the hug. I appreciate it. I also wish I could figure out how to make it so that you guys could give each other hugs, right? Because that's another thing I'd like to do. But again, this means I need to figure out how exactly user-specific variables function. And I do not yet have that figured out. Interesting. Okay. You can go. Interesting. I would like to make that into a very simple one. For later. Good, good. And after I finish this particular parallel world, I am thinking I will start to zoom back to the main world. And probably slay Colney. Yeah. Not sure what I'd like to use to do it, though. What do you guys think? Because I have yet to decide. Oh my goodness. So many Hisi, Jesus. I just love it. They're like, whoa. I like how thoroughly horrified the Hisi kind of seem. Like, what the fuck is going on? Where are these slugs coming from? The hell, man? That's great. Huh. Yeah, they really don't. Because nothing I saw about, like, the tentacle spell on the wiki when I was reading through it really seemed like it would talk much about it. Oh, I welcome in! Welcome on in, Dev Ed 2. Who is this? Ah, there you are. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. First time, first message. Fantastic. I'm glad. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm always glad to have new people. We have a fun little sound bot. It's cute. Yes. It's goofy ass shit. Did he just die from the physics damage? If so, I didn't know the propane tanks had physics damage. If so, big if true. Huh. Let's see. No, it must have been the linear arc damage combined with all the critical pluses, if I had to guess, actually, and the perks. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Regrettable. Indeed, yeah. So, I was going to install the new graphics card and the new power supply during Dunk's stream, but then he had a short stream! I must escape from this place. The frames are too few. It's terrifying. There we go, I have escaped. But yeah. I will probably do it after stream today? Most likely. Yeah. And that'll be exciting, right? Because then I'll have a better graphics card. And what's more, I'll even be able to maybe even simul stream to YouTube. Which that'll simplify my life, frankly. Because it'll mean... Oh god, no. Oh no, I did not do that, Debed. I did not make any such silly error. In fact, I have actually used the perk Nullifying Altar several times to get rid of problematic perks, including just greed. All the greed perks and trick greed perks, because they were making so much gold that it was causing unbearable slowdown. Yeah. However, I would like to see what this wand does. So, it all got blocked. Interesting, because somebody there is protecting them. Must be that guy. Can I hit him through the wall, maybe? Unsure. That's a lot of blood. Blood fading, actually, I'm pretty sure, because all blood is sand. So that must be blood fading. Although I could try to catch some in a bottle. That could be fun. And then I could turn all of it into I'm not sure if there's any. I haven't yet looked at the New Game Plus shifts, but I probably should before I go into the next New Game iteration. But yes. And I will also be save trimming as soon as I go back to the main world. Because, as I said, and as you all know, my computer is old, weak, and it's a frail old man, basically. And I need to be very gentle with my computer. Because Noita's little optimization issues show up very often in when I'm running it. But that's okay. It was a lot worse before, I'm not going to lie to you. It is true, my computer is functionally a sack of potatoes wired together. I'm not going to say that you're wrong. Because, in fact, you are not wrong. You are, in fact, super correct. Okay, let's also just toss this particular flask into the wall. And then we'll grab the ominous liquid. And then we will drink the ominous liquid. And we'll actually, you know what? I will hold this empty flask and see if I can obtain the mythical blood fading. Let's see if we can make it happen. Maybe. God, I love explosive detonator. It's so good. Now let's miss the primary shot with all the damage. And then we will pull out this flask and see if we can capture just a little bit. Just a little baby bit. Little baby. Oh, oh. 2% blood. Excellent. Good enough. Because, yeah, that has to be blood fading, because all of the blood in the world is sand. Although, I thought the blood fading said blood fading on it. Oh, you have 600 hours in the game. Damn, Dev, I'm glad that's impressive. You go. I'm pretty sure that's more than me. By a lot. By a big lot. Probably not to be confused with big lots. That's something very different. Alright, so this particular one has a fun little sprite, but otherwise is kind of useless to me. Interesting. Although I do love Odd firebolt. I am just gonna shoot some bad guys with deadly heal for giggles. To heal myself with Wand Experimenter. Good, good. Excellent. You have a room heater with more processing power than Hamper's computer? I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised, frankly. Yeah, I built it for Fallout 4, and it was middle of the line back then. And that was some... Yeah, the PC is basically like 13 years old in terms of the equipment, but I think it's just around a decade old total. And have you guys... Do the utility boxes in non-New Game Plus / Parallel Worlds, do they ever spawn in the power plant? Because I've never... I've seen it, like, 2 quite recently. But I don't know that I've seen them anywhere else. Ah, water. So nice. Good stuff. Now, let's see what other fun wand builds that I have. Well, actually, why don't I do this real fast? I would like to see what happens when I use this strange-ass, like, slug build, but then I use projectile area tele... What the fuck is happening? Huh? What? That is so much stranger than I could have imagined. It would behave. I am going to test this again and assume that that first one was some type of abnormality. What? That's so funny. Huh. It's very interesting that they still can deliver quite a significant amount of damage. Golly. I've got so many questions about why it's so fucked up and weird. Right? Like, it shouldn't be this weird. It really shouldn't. But it is. Ay, ay, ay. So this seems to certainly give it the benefit of, functionally speaking, some amount of homing, maybe? It looks like? Possibly. What happens if I fire it the wrong way? No. So it doesn't have proper homing. How much can I miss by? I can't. How odd. However, if I do hit them, how does that change things? Interesting. Whoa. Have you guys been able to glean anything about this? Because I'm also having trouble determining if the projectile area teleport is doing something. Right? Golly, I have no fucking clue. None whatsoever. Oh lord. That's okay though. I can certainly figure it out later. This wand is much simpler. It is a holy lance and also an acid fountain. Purpose of this wand is to be like, well, if holy damage won't kill it, surely acid will. And it does tend to be the case. Good, good. Rock and roll. And if y'all enjoy anything about my antics and silly wand building, please do give me a follow. I have lots of lovely plans for the future about how to make the channel goofier, more fun, and other such nonsense. Yeah. I might also play Punk one of these days to see how it is. Yeah. Whoa. Gee. I am rather proud of this very simple build as well. It works swimmingly, actually. Biggest issue is it's sometimes a bit slow to recharge. It's quite fun. It's just a thunder charge machine gun really at the end of the day, with a few magic missiles too. Maybe it's firebolts, it's fine. Yeah, it's pretty good. I love it. I also wish I understood what the hell the deal with like the ancient laboratory in New Game Plus is, and whether there's ever any alchemists there. Like whether it's even possible. Yeah. Tee-hee-hee-hee. Yeah. Eat the polymage. As is good practice. Or as is best practice, rather. Lovely. Okay. What other very silly wands do we have? Well, what's the deal with this? This seems... I'm not sure. This one does not seem like a functional one. I'm not sure why I put it there. Oh, that's why. It's because the wand itself... Oh wait, no. Wrong wand. Is it just because I had chainsaws, maybe? I'm really not sure. Must have been a mistake, I assume. Let's make a glowing lance build. That's what I'd like to do right now. Okay. Shall put this guy away for the time being. Interesting. So I wonder if the petrify rocks that are spawned by petrifying people with the petrify spell can be as if they can duplicate the same way as rock does, right? I wonder. Interesting. Unsure, however. It does seem that pollen can do it to some extent. Do it. Huh. What is the point of this guy? It does not appear to me to be a very sensible build at all. Yeah, I don't think it's a very sensible build. Yeah, we will just put that with those dealios. Actually, yeah, why don't I swap out one of the energy orbs with a glowing lance? And it works! Hell yeah! Fuck yeah! Interesting. Let's see how it goes. Good stuff. Hee hee! Eat the slime. Good, good. And start going upwards. I also would like to, pretty soonish kind of, maybe make a end of everything farming wand of some kind, as well as an entity duplication wand. Almost exclusively for giggles, but also because it seems kind of fun to make the end of everything farming wand, because yeah, that's it's a strange boyo. Let's also see if I can locate the heaven shops here real quick. Seemingly not. Yeah. Oh well. Back down I shall fall. I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad to get rid of the pre-rolls real quick, and I will be right back. Okay. Alrighty. I think I'm going to eat some pound cake here in a minute. Alright, put this back, and then we shall bring out the parallel world telly, and then start returning back towards the main world. Yeah, seems like the wise decision. I had a devious thought. What happens if you, like... Could Chain Spell work with a parallel world telewand to make it so you only need to fire the parallel world telewand like one time to go a bunch of parallel worlds? Would that work? I don't really feel like my PC is up to testing that. However, I do wonder if it would work. Okay. Let's see. I do believe, is this 4? Or are we at parallel world 5? Let's get that nice and even ish. Good, good. Now let's see. Yeah, there we go. 3. And then one more before, or at least one more. Alrighty. And then last one. Oh, hello there, Mr. Hungry Ghost, or whichever, not Hungry Ghost, I don't remember which one that is. Alrighty. And we're back to the main world. Let's put that particular wand away before I do any damage. And wind up somewhere that is a bit troublesome to get back from. Oh yeah! So I did succeed at making my the soft digging wand of my dreams. It's just that it causes too much lag. How tragic. I wonder if removing fizzle fixes that. Let's find out. It helps a little, but it does not fix it, no. Tragic. Okay. And Chaos Larpa is, in fact, one of those things that we wanted to try with the strange tentacle wand. So let's. More and more slugs, it seems. Alright. Interesting. Wait just a second. Does this version fire it off in the general direction that I point the wand? If so, that's a major step up in usability. Eventually. Oh, God. Yeah. Well, that one just goes the... It seems that there's not much of a rhyme or reason to this shit. Well, okay, there one went that way. God damn it. I don't understand. Why does it do it that way? Okay, that one went. Oh, the background? Which background? Oh, that? It is probably because we are outside. Well, first, we're going to do a mod restart. Let's do that. That should fix a few issues. Yeah. And while it's doing that, I shall grab this and eat some pound cake. Because I want to eat some pound cake, and I love pound cake. If you didn't know, I think pound cake is great. It's also quite affordable. Well, some kind of pound cake, that is. Not all types of pound cake. Yeah. Okay, pound cake. Yeehaw. Lovely. No, I was thinking about, like, I still have this one, this one stream overlay called non-Euclidean load times. I think is pretty funny. But I also don't feel like it's that sensible to use it most of the time. Om nom nom. It is so tasty. Delicious. Hell yeah. And it's rebooting. Very good. Well, clearly the background is still jittery, but let's see if that fixed quite literally anything. We shall soon see. I mean, it did. There's a lot less lag. So that's good. Excellent, excellent, and excellent. So yeah, let's... I mean, I don't really feel like going to the Heaven Shops. I don't really need to go to the Heaven Shops. But what I do need is to go and slay Colney. You guys have any ideas on which wand to use? Because I would be very okay with using most any type of wand. For giggles and or shits. Mm-hmm. Okay. And burrow. Very good. Burrow while I eat a pound cake. Nom nom. Ah, so tasty. Nom nom. Nom nom. Mm-hmm. Okay. Ah, the essence eater, I see. And it's part of what I need to do for the Sun Quest, like toss the fire and other things in firestone and other things in there. This one is pound cake, which it's like bread. It's very cheap from the place that I get. I order from Amazon for, so I can basically pay like something like $3.50 for about, what is this? 1,300 to 1,400 calories, which is great. It's really quite good. So basically, let's look at the ingredients. Egg, milk, wheat. Let me see if I'm gonna look up to find out if bundt cake is different from pound cake. I think it is, but I'm not sure about that. Nope. Not very much, anyway. It's got some sodium. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm a blind man. I'm a silly blind man. It's got enriched bleach flour, wheat flour, niacin, reduced iron, thiamine, mononitrate, riboflavin, folic acid, sugar, eggs, butter, soybean oil, mono and diglycerides, 2% or less of water, salt, and a bunch of other shit. And I agree. Well, especially modern day type of things, yeah. There used to be a lot more baked goods without such things. But yeah. Yeah, then there's the, oh god. Although it would be very funny if indeed, like, it had not just been that I'm blind. And that indeed that was all that was on the fucking label. That'd be so funny. That would be the funniest, like, troll thing I've ever heard of. Preservants? You mean, preservatives? So the end product has a longer shelf. Preservants. Preservatives? I think that might also be a word, but it's not, like, favored in America. I am amused. I'm not actually sure if it is a word or not, but regardless, I like it, and it is funny. Hey, hey! I'm eating pound cake. One moment. I'm almost done eating pound cake. Oh man, pound cake is so good. That's right. I was also looking up if there's a difference. Is bundt cake and pound cake the same? Nope. A bundt cake refers to the shape, baked in a fluted tube pan, while a pound cake refers to the specific recipe. Interesting. So while many pound cakes are baked in bundt pans, a bundt cake can be made from lighter batter. Neat. I had no clue. And what am I doing in game? Right now, I'm just kind of like standing around, and I'm about to kill Colmy. Yeah. Yeah. Right now I'm trying to figure out... I still don't know which wand I would like to use to kill Colmy. More New Game Plus, but we're getting towards the end. Yeah. Really? That's pretty interesting that a pound cake is the default type of cake in Greece. I mean, I support such a thing because pound cake is amazing. But yeah, rock and roll. Set that down. Drink some water. And that is very true. It's pretty easy to get right, and honestly difficult to get wrong. And that's a fantastic thing, if you ask me. And indeed, I'm pretty pleased with how the run has been going. Because yeah, it's we are very formidable. Yeah. Alrighty. What do you guys think that is off in the distance there? Right, you see how there's like some type of bridge or structure or something? I would very much like to know what the hell that is over there, you know? Because I only just noticed it, you know? But it looks like a fairly sophisticated bridge as well. You know? It's pretty clear that the Noita, like the Mina, is from some type of society that has a pretty solid understanding of architecture. Because there's really not much else that could be but a bridge, right, between these two things. Do you think Mina is perhaps from this location, possibly? Don't usually bake anything, so you'd find a way to fuck it up. It's understandable. I mean, I find that there's always a way. And indeed, a lot of people have issues like with like both baking and like cooking to varying extents. I think that baking tends to be more like assembling. Oh yeah, Mina. Yeah, Mina is you. Yeah. I think you're right, but I'm just thinking that the Mina that is you is probably from there. Yeah. Good stuff. But also, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to play some music briefly. I will be back. It will not be long. Yes. Let's go this time for the etudes. Or I could maybe do it right this time and not like fuck it up royally and actually succeed. Turning the volume way the hell down on my end. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see. Or whether I'm going to fuck it up as per, you know, to be expected. How is that? Too damn quiet, it seems. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, duh. I'm a goober. Still too loud. Make it a bit quieter. And I'll be back, and I shall mute the microphone for a moment, so be sure to remind me to unmute that. decided to make a little bit of food while I'm up. I'm making a hot pocket. I will be back in about 2 minutes. I'm back, but I must settle back in and move some things around. So I'll chit-chat again in just a second. Boy howdy. This particular song, when I was playing it the only time, because mind you, most of the songs that I play, I only play them like one time, and then I have issues playing the same song twice. Yeah, but like, remember this one was a hell of a pain in the ass to play. Like, frankly, this particular song that I wrote was like well beyond. Like, I wrote a song that was well beyond my capacity to play, but I just happened to be able to play it one time. But, you know, I rather enjoy it. Oh, damn. Is that the entire EP? Shit. Certainly looks that way. Okay. Yeah. Would you look at that? Crazy. And indeed, giving the kitty some attention. Yeah, there were only a couple other songs that, like, really, I don't know, were crushingly difficult to try to get to play, because, like, that particular one, I had to practice, like, the main motifs of that particular song, like, for almost, like, 8 months. I'm glad I did, but god damn. Yeah. I frequently find that my, physical abilities, my physical capacities, with the whole thing, tend to limit what I'm able to play a bit. So, what do you guys say? Would you like a bit more music to play while I eat food, or would you prefer that I sit here quietly and mukbang the entire process? My personal bet would be on music. Both is fine. You got it then. You got it. Let's see. Maybe. Yeah, sure. I also rather quite like this song that I like, because this one was also exceedingly hard to play. And very rewarding to do so, right? I cannot tell if this you know what? I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look up what jicama that has gone bad tastes like, or how you can tell. I don't think it has, but it does taste a bit different. Let's see. I see. So it certainly has not spoiled. Yeah. Interesting. It's just old. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nom 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 nom. Both? Oh, can you not? Am I chewing too quietly? Oh, neither of the kitties were in the mood for attention. Oh, of the kitty. I mean, hey, I love a good verbing of a noun. Nom nom nom. Delish. I do know how the cats be. My particular, like, so. Oh gosh, I'd started talking about Peaches, my original cat. They are the smartest cat I've ever seen. Peaches figured out how to open non like latch type, or pardon me, non essentially she could turn a doorknob for one. Right? She could turn a doorknob and then pull the door to open it, right? Which, first off, that's impressive enough. But she understood English. No, it was a doorknob. It was knob style, right? She understood physics well enough to apply pressure with both her paws on the knob, turn it, and kind of move her body backwards, land, put a leg in front of the door to keep it from closing again, and back out the door. Fucking insane, right? Incredibly smart. What's more is that Peaches understood, like, English straight up. And I have lots of bits and bobs of evidence, but my favorite piece of evidence was that she liked television and movies. Specifically those with a lot of dialogue, not a lot of movement. Which, mind you, this is strange already, right? Could teach to close it afterwards. Yeah, no, like, Peaches was so unwilling to learn, or pardon me, no, yeah, like, unwilling to fucking, do what you told her, right? Because she was a proud kitty. One time, but she is a big old sweetheart, or they. I think that they were intersex, I'm pretty sure. But they also definitely had a litter of kittens. But I'm also fairly certain they're intersex. But that's a separate discussion as well. Quite a lot of kitties are actually intersex. It's pretty interesting. But yeah. And, let's see. It's probably because a lot of the intersex kitties do not get the correct type. They don't get fixed correctly, basically, because in theory they might well need to be fixed in two different ways, or fixed in one way, but then they get fixed in the other, right? And so it's just now it has produced a situation where there's a higher proportion of them. Yeah. Your older cat sometimes reacts to no and down. That's fantastic. I love that so much. It's beautiful. And I'm glad that it's easier to convince you. And just so you're aware, Meatball, especially in the US, the proper terminology these days is intersex. Because, a lot of reasons, but hermaphrodite tends to refer to, like, oh, fuck. Ren understands this shit extremely well. I only kept, note in my head on the most important bibbins, so I'm not even gonna try, frankly. I just know that intersex is the more proper phrase to use. Especially if it's referring to people, though. But yeah. Essentially, the, yeah. Oh, yeah, I just mean to say that, you know how these things change. You know how things change with time. You know, it's just life. Hermes and Alexa, I didn't actually know that was the origin. That's very fascinating, actually. But yeah, so the, Peaches would watch the, watch whatever was on TV if... Okay, that's not true at all, actually. If the plot was compelling, Peaches would watch the TV. But do you want to know what really showed me one time that Peaches did not just, like, watch whatever? There was, like, this appallingly stupid plot twist on a soap opera, right? And Peaches had been sitting there watching the TV. And Peaches, who, like, mind you, as unfortunate as it is, Peaches did not have much enrichment in the home. Peaches saw this ridiculous plot twist with, like, suddenly this guy being able to use, like, psychic powers and magic. Literally out of left field, no lead up to this shit. Peaches stood up and walked out of the room, only to lay down in the other room. Because she was just like, no. Indeed, the term is not used anymore, yes. Oh, such a thing is actually perfectly physically possible. But yes, the term is indeed just not used, no more. Because, yeah, it's, yeah, there's just a lot of situations where, like, because there's quite a few, like, it's not terribly uncommon for, like, a woman to also have a prostate, right? Those people are, technically speaking, intersex, but it's a very complicated discussion, but, yeah, it's interesting if you ask me. But, you know, I wish I was more of an expert on it, but I am not. Ren, however, knows an absolute fuck ton about such things. But yes. So, you gotta go. I hope you have a lovely day, and I certainly shall, Roska. Best of luck, and have a marvelous evening. Yeah. Wait, did I take the caffeine yet? I think I did. Or did I? No, I think I reoriented the caffeine's location and promptly forgot to take one. Or did I take one? Shit. I have no recollection. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I like it. It's a good one. You're sure it'll catch on? Ah! That's very funny. That's pretty good. That's really funny. That's a really good one. Wait a minute. If I put damage field on here, will the little slugs have the damage field? This is a very important question. I can't honestly tell. I have to go underground real quick. Well, I mean, we gotta go underground regardless, so I guess it's not really like a real quick type of thing. They don't. Interesting. Fascinating. Utterly bizarre, but fascinating. What if I put a second copy trail? Wait, what? Fascinating. I also wish to try out Delayed Spell with this crap. Because Delayed Spell could produce some very interesting things, I think. Okay. Enemies are attracted to you or location of the cast, but just before any reach the center, they explode. Now that is a very fun idea. Yeah, like I think it's semi-pseudo sort of kind of possible, especially with tentacles. I think they could be dragged in, right? I think it's very even feasible to do that, but I'm not sure I know fully how to do that. I know that Vacuum Field does something similar. Vacuum Field could also do it. So Vacuum Field and Tentacles could probably make it happen. Amongst other things. But then there's also a different approach with like a LARPA explosion Homebringer. Yeah. So it fires out a bunch of Homebringers. Fire at the bad guys to bring them in. With like then like a delayed spell that like then explodes. Something like that. Now let's see if this goes. Does it do anything? Seemingly not. Yeah, not doing nothing, doesn't seem. Okay. It was worth a shot, but it does seem a delayed spellcast does not get along with tentacles. Tragic, truly. Circle of electricity around the player, which zaps enemies to get. Now that, very doable, I'm pretty sure, like, especially with something like a True Orbit Circle of Thunder. Yeah. That one seems very, very practical, even. Oh, I love this part of this song. Yeah. Oh no, this one's mine. This music is mine, actually. But yes. But do you have any idea how many fucking times it took to get this particular song right? It took hundreds of tries! It took hundreds! It took hundreds! I thought it would never happen! Oh god. It took so long! You got your Nightmare Wind Pillar? Hell yeah, Dark Fox, you go! That's awesome. So, Dark Fox, we have made many discoveries about tentacles. Would you like to see them? Because we have quite a few. For one, we figured out a pretty... So first off, with this particular configuration, they generally always deliver damage. They have trouble delivering, like, but wait, is that also a tentacle there? No, good. I was about to be like, why are you doing this strange thing? Is that diminution? That's an awful lot of diminution. Where the fuck did all this diminution come from? I have a lot of questions, but honestly, because I don't have any flasks of diminution, and it would be fun to have a flask of diminution, I'm gonna fill up the flask full of diminution. Now do it again! That's so funny. So, now that I filled up this thing, observe. So here's this, right? And that's expected, right? But then that shit starts happening. Like, look at that! What the fuck? But then, each spot that the initial thing lands starts firing shit out too, right? And each of these things can deliver damage. The trouble is, I have no idea what is actually calculating the damage. Also, I'm pretty certain, I'm not like actually certain, but I'm pretty certain that if I didn't have all the repulsion fields, it might be able to hurt Mina. I'm glad I tossed that out in the middle of the on the middle of the floor because I was looking for such a thing. Exactly, right? Now, I don't fully understand, like, I don't think this is behavior recorded in the wiki. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's not. Like, these are not your typical, like, tentacle child entities, right? Those things tend to be, like, extensions that have, like, they'll go bow, they'll go whap, and then they'll arrive at a point, and then they'll go whap, and they'll go whap. But they don't totally detach and start flying around like this. Please do. I would love to hear about it, because I'm actually heading down to kill Colmy, finally. That said, I'm not sure if I want to go straight into the new game yet. I'm thinking about it. Wait a minute. My character is standing in diminution, and yet I'm not getting a stain. That's really quite funny. Yeah, I'm fine with it, but very silly. Okay. Eat the slime. Eat the slime. You could share. Whatever's easier for you. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know though that type of creature could grab a wand. That's new to me. Let go of the wand, you jerk. You joik. Trying to kick you, you jerk. There we go. Damn it. Well, I guess me kicking him repeatedly finally killed him. Only to find out that the wand is obscenely lame. Oh yeah, whoops. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't really need to dig down past the Holy Mountain thing, but I will. Discord. Oh wait, you didn't do it by Discord. I assumed you would because I assumed that would be easier. But if you got this, then I'll go get that. Okay. Oh, that shit. Yeah, I remember Dunk talking about this nonsense. I don't remember why. Why is it like that? Hey, 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 Schleefo. Let's see. Yeah. Good stuff. Exit this. Yeah. Good, good. So. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that we were getting the answer to the shift, because yes. I also wanted to look at Noita, because I need Noita. And then I also wanted to look at the specific seed that we are on. Because I want to make sure. Yeah. Good, good. That is correct. Oh, I remember why exactly I did not wish to do the thing. It's specifically I didn't want to get rid of acid. You fully built a pillar? Hell yeah. That's so impressive. You go. That's I also need to run a 1-minute ad to get rid of pre-rolls real quick. So I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Huh. Hmm. Do you have a sound file, or more than one sound file for me? If so, I'll add it right now. All right. Marvelous. And if you have too much trouble finding it, I understand, and that's okay. Your add a sound redeem will not be wasted. Because that one's happened to me before, where it became too much work to find. Yeah, that one's happened to me before for sure. I wish that Mina could eat the barrel. Why? I don't know. But it feels like something Mina should be able to do. Would it be sensible? Of course not. But would it be fun and funny? I say yes. You got it, Meatball. Don't you worry. Exactly. Mina is you, so you can eat a barrel whole. And that's exactly what I'm saying. I should be able to eat barrel whole. Because, you know, Eldritch Slime can eat most anything all in one go. So, barrel seem very doable, even for tiny human jaws. I don't get it. It should be perfectly eatable. Not edible, but eatable. You right, meat standing. You tell the truth. Indeed, nyan nyan. I agree. You so right. You so right, Nyani. Oh, the gods are enraged. I mean, eldritch slimes quite literally eat gods. Like, so what? Let them be enraged. Or do something about it, punk. I think this wand might be vaporizing the corpses. I can't tell, though. I'm pretty sure it is. Which is a bit odd. I didn't expect that. I feel like some of these are enemies I haven't seen before. Maybe they just look a little different. I think maybe one of them was? I can't tell, though. Because I very easily forget. You sent a bunch of woofs in the Discord? Oh, hell yeah. Let's see if I was a sensible person and logged into the Discord on the PC. If not, it's okay. I can still do. I just need to do one more step. Let's see. Will we log in to the Discord on here? Is it logged in? Do 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 do. Yes. Wow. Shocking amounts of foresight and professionalism from Eldritch Slime. Wait, is who one of those chatters Dunk warned you about?
No.
And also, Schlifu. Oh, and that's right, the no. It should work. Is there a reason you're not working, Mr. No? I'm just not hearing it. May you spam it. Oh yes, you may spam the no sound, absolutely.
No.
Huh. I mean... Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I have idea. Let's see. Is this what happened? No, it's clearly something different. Let's give it a little awoo. So the awoo is still working. Let's just go into the commands. And we're gonna go to the no. That's 1, 2. Let's see, how many O's is that?
No.
Okay.
No.
1. Actually, wait. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I have the correct number of O's.
Oh no!
Oh, yes.
Hi, Mr. Kitty Man. The kitty jumped up and said, I'd like to be included. I will be included in this activity.
No.
I see the issue.
No.
It's just such a quiet little sound.
No.
Can you hear it now?
No. No.
I see. So it needs even more volume.
No.
You heard it the whole time.
No.
God damn it. Well, I can hear it now, so I guess there's that. Do you guys prefer it at this volume, or would you like me to turn it back down?
No. No.
This volume or quiet? You want it even louder? Sure.
No. No. No.
Okay. So, got that one taken care of. Now, let's also, we go to the actions. Now we're going to duplicate one that has, let's duplicate Ugu. Duplicate. Except this one is going to be woofs. Woof. Woofs. Commands. Create command. Name. Woof. Command. Exclamation mark. Woof. I suppose also, let me just do this real quick for you. Woof. And okay. Okay. Play sound from folder at that. Very good. Okay, actually, get rid of this so I can go back to the Discord and download all the files. Sound redeem. I mean, personally, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of that one. So we'll certainly download that guy. And let me see. So we're going to make a folder. New folder. And it will be named, very originally, Woofs. No. Yes, plural. Woofs. And we will save the file here. A Reddit link, you say? I will take a look at the Reddit link here in a bit. Okay. Save. And we're going to save that one because personally I'm a big fan of the sounds that Yolksy makes. Yolksby, rather. That's pretty good. And personally, like,
You get an AU gratis.
yes. And the woo will go there because, so, here's my thing. What I really wanted was I wanted to make, like, a Yolk Life Advice sound command. Oh, yeah, go for it, Shlifu. That's perfectly okay. Absolutely. It's much easier to do them in batches, so yeah. Water. Okay. Okay, and that's for the noise. So, something I very much would like to do one of these days is have a Yolk Life Advice sound that is all of the Yolk sound clips, right? So you do Yolk Life Advice, and then you would just get a random thing between you get an woo, all the way to be like I say, don't be like I do. I am giving up early, and because I am all out of hope, right? Like that classic. Uh, yeah. Reddit link where memes. RimWorld Day. Let's see, when raiders drop into your base and you're still using medieval guns. Medieval guns. It's true. Muskets for colony defense. Oh god. Ta! That is going shockingly well. Damn. I am impressed with how well they are handling all of these raids with their fucking muskets. I am delighted by that. That is so damn stupid, and it makes me smile. And God, what is this nonsense? People fucking dying. Terrorism. Instagram. Instagram, you say? Huh. But Coda's parallelopeed. That's so fucking silly. That is so incredibly silly. I enjoy. Your girlfriend. That's a very funny one with your girlfriend. You get dressed. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then what's this? People fucking dying. All right. What? It's absurd. I am amused. Be like, I have my whole life out of me. No, you don't. The something or other's coming. What does that read? Manhunter guinea pig! That's pretty good. Okay. Back to the sound redeems. That was a fun little break of memes.
Pretty smart, dude.
Would you like that one, the pretty smart dude, to be smart, pretty smart, or what? Oh yeah, that's right. This here. Play sound from folder. And the folder will be woofs. Select folder. Let me see. Exclamation mark smart, you say? Come along with me and the butterflies and bees, and we can wander through the forest and do so as we please. I mean, it's a great fucking show. It's a really great show. Oh, I remember. So, who here has seen Mushoku Tensei? Jobless Reincarnation.
You get an AU, congrats.
Good, good. And now, I do believe Woof is online. Now I will add that one to the command thing in Stream Elements. Woof. And we're also going to have a smart. So I will. Smart is not online yet. Give me a minute, and it will be. However, I've added those to the sounds.
Pretty smart, dude.
Downloading this guy. We're downloading it into the stream sounds folder, yes. Okay.
Boo, sir! I boo what you're doing! Step back!
What?
Boo, sir! I boo what you're doing! Step back!
How delightful. Okay. We will start with the smart. We will duplicate Nyani. Duplicate. Instead of Nyani, it shall be. It shall be smart. Ote. Command triggered. Create command. Smart. Commands. Smart. You've seen Mushoku Tensei, Dark Fox? I realized at some point I might be one of the only people who legitimately relates quite a lot. Like, the character in Mushoku Tensei, I relate... Actually, wait. Which character do you relate with most, Dark Fox, in all of Mushoku Tensei? Yeah, that makes sense, Shlifu. That makes sense.
Pretty smart, dude. Pretty smart, dude. Pretty smart, dude. Pretty smart, dude.
It is a hard question, for sure.
Pretty smart, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Cool. Alrighty, smart is active. Now, what is this other one?
Pretty smart, dude. Pretty smart, dude. Pretty smart, dude.
That's right. I was planning to give and honestly, I'll give it a cooldown later. Just don't spam it too much. You could spam it, but not too much, and it should be fine. Okay. And this one is...
No.
What you doing? Step back.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, download this guy. What would you like this one titled? The Boo What You Doing? You got it. Boo with 3 O's. Okay, save. And then we're gonna go over back to the cute little stream bot. And we're gonna duplicate smart. Duplicate. Give it a name. Called Boo. Create command name. Boo. Commands. Exclamation mark. 1, 2, 3. Boo. Yes, yes. Good, good, good. Add boo. And smart. Already added smart. Good, good, good. Save. Sylphiet. I mean, they're pretty fucking awesome. I love Sylphiet. They're great. Would you be that surprised if I told you that the person I related to most out of anybody in that show is, fuck his name. How do I remember it? I had his name for a second. Give me a moment. I'll have it in a moment. Do.
Woof, woof.
Orsted. Out of all the characters, the one I relate to the very most is Orsted. I looked on the internet. It seems like nobody else relates to Orsted.
Ruff, ruff.
Boo, sir! I boo what you're doing! Step back! Boo, sir! I boo what you're doing! Step back! Boo, sir! I boo what you're doing! Step back! Boo, sir! I boo what you're doing! Step back!
Very good. I'm gonna give this one... Well, first off, I need to do this. Boo. Oh yeah, Man God versus Hitogami. Yeah, that's an incredible, incredible difference. Yeah. That shit is so different. I believe what you're looking for is Hitogami is the original. But I also think that that word may have also been a bit different. Like, I think?
Spin!
Yeah.
Pretty smart, dude.
Much appreciated. But yeah, okay, so we have this, we have that. All done. We got Boo. Excellent.
Boo, sir! I boo what you're doing!
Exactly.
Step back!
And be aware, with the I boo what you doing, because I'm not as intrinsically fond of that particular sound,
Boo, sir! I boo
too much
what you're
spamming
doing!
of it
Step
will
back!
result in me turning it down faster than other sounds. Simply be aware of that. Reserve it for when it's good. Because I don't hate it or anything. It's just, I am neutral about it. And so, I would become more easily irritated. Ha ha! Wait, which voice acting? Are you talking about, Mushoku Tensei? Oh my god, that noted emote is so fucking cute. And that is good, Shlifu. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, Meat Standing, that is a really, 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 really good one. That's so fucking cute. Holy shit.
Boo, sir! I boo what you're doing! Step back!
Yeah. Oh, that's your, oh, I thought you were legit talking about, a line from Mushoku Tensei, and I was very confused. I was like, I thought they had pretty good voice acting, but I suppose there are parts that don't have good voice acting. But then I was like, wait, I thought you hadn't seen Mushoku Tensei. Can I find it in Japanese? I don't even know what it's from. I presume it's from the Adventure Time, because it sounds like it is. Is that in Japanese? I'm gonna run an ad real fast to get rid of the pre-rolls. BRB. Nom nom nom. But yeah, I really enjoy the fact that, like, that Orsted has been, like, going in a time loop for, like, some thousands of years, right? And he just really fucking, like, he knows everybody. He's able to predict most everybody's behavior and, like, how like, powerful they're likely to be and whatnot. Because he's experienced everything a whole bunch of different times, right? And, he's very no-nonsense. I very much like that about him. He's a really interesting character because he's basically like the last of his kind, more or less, very nearly the last of his kind. He's one of the only dragons left in existence. But he's also, got a really interesting bit about him. He's got several curses that affect his character, right? And this is one of the areas in which I relate to him. Which is that, his mana regeneration? Trash! Trash! So instead of being able to, like, spam a whole bunch of his awesome magics, he cannot. But the reason his mana regen is actually nerfed is because one of the, basically 90-some% of his, like, magic is getting used up by, a spell that keeps him, I mean, I guess, spoilers for Old Dragon's Tale? Is that fine, Dog Fox? Unless you plan on reading Old Dragon's Tale. It's a light novel. In the Mushoku Tensei universe. It's primarily about Orsted and Laplace. It's aight. It's not amazing, but it's aight. Okay. Well, actually, let's go through the portal. Boop. Alrighty. Okay. Well, presuming that Dark Fox has not voiced his objection, because he does not object to old Dragon Tale spoilers. Most of his, like, maybe duplication. Yeah, I'm not quite sure about it. It might be there. Hard to say, really. But yeah, Old Dragon's Tale talks about the way that one of the things that he has going on is that most of his mana gets used up, cloaking him. It's basically like imagine a spell that made you just invisible, but only to gods. That's what it does. And as you might expect, that costs a lot of mana. If it was a spell in D&D, I'd make it 9th or 9.5 level spell, with the highest level spell ever being cast by a mortal at 12. Which concept? The spell levels? Because that is a useful reference point. It's from D&D. Yeah. Speaking of D&D, oh, your years of reading, hiding from. Oh, I see. Yes, good shit. Yeah, and I mean, it's a good one. I am very fond of, like, what I love about Orsted is that the guy is so past the point of having a normal, like, perspective on morality, on, like, reality, causality, and just the essence of things in general, that, like, he's fundamentally not really able to relate to people anymore at all. And that, generally speaking, even if he did relate to somebody, right? Hey, Rosca, what's up? Oh, don't you worry about it, Rosca. Sometimes life happens. And that's it. We were just talking about, have you ever seen Mushoku Tensei? Jobless Reincarnation. What, have you repeated the same, Have you repeated the same 100-year loop, thousands of times? Meatball. And that's totally fair, but yes, Rosca, we are talking about a very scary character from that particular anime. They're basically one of, like, 2 dragons left in existence. Well, that's not true. 2, I guess, humanoid-shaped dragons. And, also just a full-blooded god. Just walking amongst people in the show. Yeah. Isn't that part great when he wait, you mean, wait. Do you mean in Old Dragon's Tale? Or do you mean in the actual Mushoku Tensei show? I mean, that's valid. I got you. I'll be real with you. I have my issues with the Mushoku Tensei anime. However, generally speaking, it gets a lot better. Yeah. So I was asking Dog Fox if you minded spoilers about Old Dragon's Tale. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I.e., one of the light novels in the series about Mushoku Tensei. If you don't mind, then I shall continue. If you do mind, then I will talk about other things. Because I don't want to spoil the thing if you care about such things. I personally have never cared that much about spoilers in general, but I know a lot of people do. You forget everything in 5. I mean, hey! It is a good one. It has its uses. So, Orsted... I mean, also true. Also true, yeah. Sleeping better does fix a lot of memory issues. Not all of them, but a lot of them. A bird chirped very loudly. Interesting. I mean, that's valid. I can understand that, Roska, and I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you that anime doesn't have pretty serious issues, right? Not to mention that, like, because, like, a lot of it has to do with, like... Oh, God. How do I even fucking phrase this? Oh, God. Give me, like, 10 or 15 seconds. Okay. So, anime, due to a lengthy, centuries-long repression of human sexuality in Japan, has really fucked up, for a long time, has demonstrated and had extremely repressionist and fucked up ideas about human sexuality presented within anime. As such, there are numerous culturally normalized tropes, media practices, that I think Dunk often just calls degenerate, but personally I avoid the usage of such a word because of its mired origins that I'm not getting into at the moment. However, essentially, such a thing... Oh god, I love the way this just deletes soft terrain. It's so fucking amazing. It's pretty, and it's cool too. I love it. It's great. But by and large, this particular, like, issue comes up over and over again in anime. Because, like, the sexual repression has never really been fixed. Yeah. And much how there's levels to sleeping. There's levels to the fuckery with all this, right? And Japan has done a lot of, like, work I would say, like, culturally to, like, sort through some of these issues. And it shows in their media, right? There's actually a fantastic anime that is by far one of my favorites. And it's, I think it's not farming, no, not that one, no, it's, yeah, Banished from the Hero's Party, I settled down to live the slow life in the countryside, I think, yeah. In this particular one, the protagonist hooks up with and fucks another character who is of appropriate age and then marries them. Not because of the kid. No. And there is no kid, actually. But just because they love each other. As weird as it sounds, nothing like that has been done in a normal-ass anime in years. Decades. Right? It's so profoundly uncommon that there's like 3 others total I've seen that do not fall within the hentai category. Yeah. I don't watch hentai, but like, fundamentally, yeah. What? Questionable scenes? No, I'm not talking about, I am not talking about, Shlifu, we are talking about sexual repression in Japanese culture and how it affects anime. And how there's this one anime called Banished from the Hero's Party. I settled down in the countryside. Something about living the slow life. Yeah. Surrounded by weebs, indeed. It's true. I see you joking, I see. But yes. Functionally speaking. But yeah, so like, here's the thing though.
No.
This particular show has no pornographic elements whatsoever. It actually just incorporates human sexuality as part of the plot, as it should be, mind you. Have you ever found it strange that anime characters can never have sex with anybody? Right? Isn't that weird? That every anime protagonist who has a harem is incapable of having sex? Has that ever struck you as bizarre? Because frankly, it is something I despise so much in an anime protagonist. You never thought this was it. I despise it so very much that I have stopped watching no fewer than 8 different animes because the protagonist was such a maidenless loser. Yeah. Because I could not relate. Exactly, Shlifu. Exactly so. And that's precisely why this particular anime I was speaking of is so significant, right? Because it's like, it's essentially just got one healthy relationship, and not only is it implied that the characters are having sex, a couple people talk about it a little bit, right? They don't say much, but a little bit is said about the fact that they had sex. Exactly, Meatball, yes. No, here's the issue, though, Meatball. The character within the diegesis of the story is not an unfuckable dolt. No! He's not. He's a fucking, like, superhero or some shit, who's like some bizarrely ubermensch kind of person, right? Now, as such, he by definition cannot be that. And as such, he's made into a maidenless loser. But he still maintains his status as a hero. And like a cool person. When in fact, I don't think it's cool to be a maidenless loser. Like, when you have the option to not be. What's worse is that such characters are often very, like, they disregard people, right? Let's see. This is a weirdly, this is weirdly quiet. Let me just, not an unfuckable door. So, user K, welcome on in. Oh yeah, you joined at a great time. We are discussing sexual repression in anime, and a specific anime that does not do that, and why it's important. And I agree, you really could not have entered at a better point. I'm glad to have you. Some of the time we discuss animes, sometimes we discuss philosophy, but in general, I'm an eldritch slime conquering the world, one stream at a time. And yes, now I'm also pulling up my anime list so that I can find the specific anime I was speaking of, because it's great. It's so good. But yes, and in the manga, Mage returning after 4,000 years explained by the power gap between the peeps. What is explained in that regard? But yeah, basically, my biggest issue is that it takes me out of my ability to enjoy the story when a character is so profoundly unable to engage with the most basic aspects of human sexuality. Right? And furthermore, that their general behavior has them behaving in a really, like, selfish sort of manner that, like, is genuinely unattractive to men and women alike. Right? Fully locked in the grind of getting stronger. Dee. So, Dark Fox, I agree that that's a huge part of it, right? However, I am of the firm belief it's incredibly, profoundly doable. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. To make an anime that is fully appropriate, right? Not in no way really I mean, and that's okay, User K. I'm not usually that interested in them either. Some of the time, if they're really good, I am, right? Especially if it's in a, like, magical fantasy or, like, science fiction or other such type of setting. But yeah, you're fine with them in the stories at first. You're not invested in the series where romance is the exactly, and that's totally valid, User. The reason I have such a, like, really strong opinion on it, it's threefold, right? So, I have always been a hopeless romantic, but I don't enjoy romance stories. However, I generally just want the character to be normal, right? not even normal. I want them to be able to achieve happiness. And to be able, honestly, meat standing, that's awesome. That kicks ass. That's great. But let's take a step back and look at what it means about their media culture that the MC has to learn love. Right? Why is the psychopathic murderer type such a strong archetype in anime, right? I think it's straight up just because of the pressures that their academic system places on their people's ability to, like, socially develop, right? Oh, I agree, User K. You're totally right. And if you are enjoying what you're seeing so far, by all means, drop a follow, and you'll get notified whenever I go live. Yes. And let's see. So, like, let me scroll. I think I missed a message or two, or 5. Let's see. Destructively unsociable, Meatball. Exactly! Exactly! In the business, we call that antisocial behavior, yes. However, I've also found the review I posted about this other anime that, oh my god, it's the worst anime I've ever fucking seen. So, it's about an anime called... Yeah, what even is this? Like, what does this translate to? The Laid Off Demon King. So, this one is not a Japanese anime. I just want, and I'm glad, it's true that the follow gives you a profound dose of silliness. It is true, yes. Mm-hmm. And I will have a fun live, Roska. I hope you have a marvelous day. And let's see. But yeah. Setting up and stuff, and you begin live. You better bet. I hope you have a marvelous day. And good luck with your live. But yeah, so like the, of course, yes, the, if you're interested in the actual definitions of such things, the modern day way to say that somebody is a quote-unquote psychopath or sociopath is to say they have antisocial personality disorder, because both psychopaths and sociopaths have antisocial personality disorder. The sociopath, suppose, is essentially just somebody who has antisocial personality disorder but does not have particularly good social skills and prefers to be introverted and not really interact with people at all. Somebody with psychopathy, on the other hand, is okay interacting with other people. And they're often known for their, like, manipulations, but that's also a stereotype, because I knew somebody and was friends with somebody who had antisocial personality disorder and fit the psychopath mold. But you want to know the worst thing he ever did? He liked cars more than people. That's it. The man was he's a good guy, frankly. And did he have, like, he didn't have feelings, right? He just didn't have feelings about things. And he did morality because it was beneficial to him, not because he felt a way. Yeah, cars won't turn you on makes sense. That's really funny. That's so good. That's so good. Well, that's not true, Meatball. There's an easy solution. It's called... actually, I'm not... Actually, you know what? I'm not getting into that right now. We'll talk about it later. Exactly, User K. Exactly. You know, it's not a good thing to just, like, you know, it's a bad trope. It's a bad trope all the way around. Okay. So, the Laid Off Demon King is the actual worst. So, I dropped it 10 out of 26 episodes in. I don't... So, I want you to understand, I don't just, like, drop animes and whatnot. I usually watch all the way through. It's not just slop, User. It's so much worse than slop. I will read you my review because it's yeah, it sums it up well. And I agree. Yeah, it's worth discussing later on Meatball. So, I wrote 1 out of 10. The only thing I've rated so poorly on this website, mind you. I've never encountered a more sexist, appallingly bad, uncathartic, pathetically unfunny, disgustingly poorly made, almost funny, in the way where you're just disappointed, show that I've ever had the misfortune to watch. Don't watch this trash. After 10 episodes, it's only got worse and worse. Why? I don't know. You'd think somebody involved would not have allowed this garbage to stay this bad. But alas, this is probably the worst anime-adjacent thing I've seen in my entire life. I sincerely despise this deeply awful show. The animation is okay, though, I suppose. It had a few funny jokes in 10 episodes. So yeah, this show is the actual worst. Dodge this bullet. Enough, it's dead already! That's pretty good. Even the plaque is deterring? Yeah, absolutely it is. The stream froze for a sec. Oh no. I hope that you heard most of my Savage review. Craziest thing you've seen in a while is that this series you read, where the first chapter had our main antagonist revealed to the MC that he was a gay yandere psychopath in love with the MC, and the only gay character. That's awful! I killed it in the first half. You know, it's true. It's true. Yeah. So, in case you guys didn't actually know this about me, they were killed immediately and had, like, no doubt. Jesus, that's awful. I hate it. Yeah, that's the worst. Yeah. Anime film this. So, I have an unpopular opinion about Neon Genesis Evangelion. I think it's one of the fucking most terrible animes. And here's something to know about my background. I was raised by I went to K through 8 in a Catholic extremist school. I learned a lot about religions, right? So, I really don't like Neon Genesis Evangelion. First off, the main male lead is a creeper. He's fucked up, and he's weird. And I also just don't like him for other reasons. But then, the female lead is also pretty fucking twisted, man. And then, the most relatable person is, like, the neurodivergent stand-in character, who, honestly, is really mean all the time to everyone, and I don't like that. And then, the father guy is an awful parent. I'm sorry, like, what? And my biggest issue with it is that it does a poor job exploring all of the things it's exploring, right? Like, I would like, something that does a much better job at this is D. Gray Man. If you guys have never seen D. Gray Man, it's a long, long series. I'm not telling you to watch it, but D. Gray Man. It's just better. It does everything Neon Genesis Evangelion does, and it does it better. What can I say? It's also cooler. It's got better themes. It's got cooler shit, better power system, more sensible. You actually get a few answers here and there about, like, the who and the what of the bad guys and, like, everything going on in the world and the nature of things, right? But yes, I'm gonna catch up. So, first, let's take a brief moment to say I despise the unhealthy relationship that almost all animes, like, as far as I can tell, it's some... do you guys know what the Hays Code is? It's the thing that basically said that, like, gays and whatnot couldn't have a good, happy ending in the show, like, right? So, like, you can't just leave a gay person to, like, do a thing. They have to, like, die or have something bad happen to them. And that's part of the Hays Code. It seems like most of the time, there's some type of Hays Code affecting animes, right? And that's part of why that kind of shit happens to, like with gay people, right? Because then there's this whole idea about, like, so first off, do any of you guys know what the concept of gap moe is? So there's two really important concepts in my eyes in terms of Japanese culture and how it applies to like gay people and then demonizing gay people, right? They are gap moe and the concept of oh god, what the hell is it called? It's like stagnation, still water, purity, and kagari. Yeah, kagari. Which is the idea of, like, stagnant water being toxic and shit, and, like, flowing water being clean and purifying. That's extremely broad overview. It's got a lot more to it than that, but yeah. Be sure to tell me if anybody knows anything about either of those. That will give me a reference point. But yeah. So, I'm scrolling down. Better watch the old the 80s and 90s anime film series. Much better than today's slot most of the time. And wait, what? A couple months ago, and you saw chapter 100 dropped. So you checked out the latest chapter. Apparently, they went back and added some depth to the character, but also revealed that they were secretly a woman, and they treated his gay for character depth. What? Yeah, that's really insane. That's really unhinged. And I'm not sure that I like that, man. Why? Why do they do that, man? Why do they do these things? FFS, not NGE. What do these letters mean? And honestly, I understand not watching Evangelion because it's so bad. It's so freaking bad. And the action is mediocre. Like, dude, it's mediocre. It'd be one thing if Evangelion had, like, the best mecha fights ever. It doesn't. It just doesn't. And, like, I tried to hear out, like, I heard out a bunch of people. Oh my god, Dark Fox, the creeper with that emote, that's really funny. I'm amused, that's good. But, like, it'd be one thing if they had, like, I heard people, like, try to do, like, analyses of, like, angels and like, the god, like, the god of Evangelion and, like, what it means and all. It's just not any good. The theming is not tight. The theming is all over the place, and the absolute twisted pathologies of the main characters being treated as mostly normal by the otherwise... okay, so, like, the normal people in that show are freaked out by the main characters. But the why of why they're freaked out is never the right reasons. And it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. And I mean, that is true. Yeah, like, I am, yeah, Shlifu, regarding Evangelion, yeah, I hated it. I really disliked it a lot. You know, it does have a lot of spectacle, and it is mysterious. True. I love Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop is great. In fact, it is definitely one of my favorites. Like, people who say it's one of the very, very best, they right. They right. It's really good. I really got no complaints about Cowboy Bebop. Like, in fact, I was going to say maybe it's a little bit too self-serious at times, but no, it's not. Any self-seriousness, it only lasts as long as it needs to, and it goes away the instant it's becoming too much, and it's replaced by all sorts of fun other things. And it's engaging all the way through. Its pacing is damn near perfect, right? It's not that common to have something that is like that well paced. Like, it's a really great show. What is the Hays Code? For the blind code, where everyone has to die by the end. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Bite code. What is this? You found the cringe? And I agree, it's a really, like, insane, shallow way to, like open a story. Like, it's dumb. And then just kill him and give him death later, remove the fact they're gay. It is really an insane writing decision, right? Now we have to analyze it, right? Why exactly? Oh, hi, Mr. Fizzle Mittens. Does the kitty man want to come up and be a snuggle buddy? Is that what you're saying, or did you just want to announce yourself? Huh? Oh, you just want to announce yourself? Or do you want to come up and say hello to the stream? What do you say? Come here. Or not. If you don't want it, you don't gotta. The kitty's name is Hades. But yes, so... let's see. Wait, Meatball, are you talking about Cowboy Bebop? I'm of the opinion that the dub is indeed actually better than the sub. It's one of the only animes I feel that way about. But it is the one. Because it just happened that it turned out better in my eyes, right? I think it's actually the fact that it's noir genre. I think that's a big reason. And like, another one that this could have been the case for is Psycho-Pass. Psycho-Pass could have been that way, but it isn't. And it's because of the noir genre. The nature of the voice acting of, like, the English voice actors just tended to suit the noir genre a lot better than, the, frankly, usually a lot more professional voice acting from the Japanese voice actors, right? Yeah. But yes, we do need to get into in a moment why exactly it is that essentially gay people are often villains. It's fucked up, and we'll get into why that is in a sec. Let's see. Code Geass, or Geish, depending on who's saying it and what it is pretty good. It's pretty alright. I liked it. You know, I didn't love it. I liked it. It was good. And Cowboy Bebop is indeed culture. Me standing. Apparently not a big fan of Cowboy Bebop. Interesting. And it's okay, Shlifu. I mean, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, it's a solid anime. I'm not going to tell you it's not. It's pretty good. And I, too, am very well versed in slop. And you scour webcomic sites for gems. There's so much slop, but you found a solid list of genuinely good works. Please, God, share the list, because I also love anime slop, but I would like the hidden gems with it from the slop, because, you know, it's hard work sorting that shit out, man. It's hard work. But yes, rough idea what it was like. Let's see. Never gotten that far in a Psycho-Pass. Haven't watched anime in a good while, TBH. Psycho-Pass, I recommend it. There aren't that many animes that I just fully recommend. I recommend Psycho-Pass. It's pretty good. Like, it's solid all the way around. It's a compelling action mystery genre. It's good. Steingate is pretty good too, yeah. Steingate's real good. No doubt about it. So, that said, okay, I do have a few issues with, like, some aspects of it. But primarily, I love it a lot. Like, it's great. My issues with it are outweighed by how many things I really like about it. And right you are. User K about the gay characters in most series not existing, being villains, or being shallow spectacles for entertainment, no depth. Now this has to do with the fetishization of gay people and of the various groups. But essentially, the reason that this kind of shit happens is because of the overall repression of homosexuality and like really just anything that's not heteronormativity, right? But this obviously has never worked. Human beings have always had diversity in like who they're attracted to and whatnot. And in fact, I've long made the argument that some type of being like attracted to like men and women, whether you'd like to call it pansexuality, bisexuality, or something else, I do not care. It's normal. I think it's average. Is it likely even that most straight, like generally straight people, might well only be 1% attracted to the same sex? Yeah, probably. Like odds are there's just a very small attraction there. But like, and is it something you may even like just that you probably just never act on? Yeah, probably. But like, that's not the point. The point is just like that it's part of human nature, right? But the heteronormativity within culture really just fucks this up, right? It means that nobody can talk about it, admit to it, or express it in a way that's healthy. And then it just leads to a whole bunch of problems. Because something I have long felt is the case is that many of society's and life's issues come from people not accepting themselves and the way they are, and not accepting others and the way they are at face value. And just being okay with not understanding in a lot of cases, right? I mean, I'm very fond of webcomics, manga, and manhwa, and in fact, Ren is also quite fond of such things. So I would also like such things. Ass class was fun. That's so silly. What? That is so silly. And Dark Fox is lurking? You got it. It's lurking slime is what you're looking for. But thank you to Dark Fox. I'm really glad to have you here. I hope you have a marvelous day. Now let's see. The mangas mentioned gave you a hollow feeling. Depressing. Why is that? Or which ones, rather, I suppose is a better question. And that's also a very solid point, Meatball. Yeah, that like a lot of friendships are, in many regards, partially based in such things. What is Tad to see episode 9? I don't know what that is. Now, Meatball, here's an interesting thing. The fact that you feel that way means that you are, oh god, there's a name for it, but basically, not all people feel that way about the sense and nature of attraction. I do, personally, but, I mean, Ren does as well, but there's also a lot of people who don't. I forget what the name is for the word. Actually, just let me look it up for a sec. I can figure this one out really quick. Come on. Come on. Mm-hmm. Son of a bitch. I guess it doesn't wish for me to find the answer to my goddamn question, so I will simply not know the answer to my question. Sag. Why like this? God damn it. Oh, I got one. Maybe if I do it like this. Attraction, secondary, demisexuality is the phrase. That's the one. Oh, Assassination Classroom. Very fun. Wait. Legit? It's abbreviated as like ass class. That is so silly. There will probably not be RimWorld today, but maybe. Let me check something real quick. I need to look at the nature of the situation of both the Noita and the RimWorld categories. I need to look at the breakdown of where most of them are. About half of the viewers are on this one, and then a whole bunch are just scattered with about 10 people here and there. I'm gonna be real with you. There's too much competition. I would lose. Yes. Whereas in Noita, there is not as much competition with NECA, and then a few other people who I do not necessarily recognize. Who I don't even think are speaking English. For most of them, anyway. And the most popular one speaking French.
No.
I'm so sorry. On the bright side, I do believe I am planning on having Tuesday being my main day for that. I can't remember. But I also may I may stream tomorrow. And that day might be, in fact, I'm pretty sure that if I stream tomorrow, it will be RimWorld. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, The Amazing Digital Circus. Wait, there's a show called The Amazing Digital... What? Never heard of this. I'll look it up. Interessant. Huh. That's weird. Yeah. I think I've seen little bibbins and bobbins here and there about it, but I've never watched it. Yeah. Now that one is very true, but now this is also part of that has more to do with the halo effect, which is a type of intrinsic bias. Yeah. Son of a moth? You back? Good stuff. Okay, let's see. Indeed. Oh yeah, I mean, first off, I live under a rock, kind of. Yeah. It's pretty solid. Genuinely recommend it. Well written. Care like come out as trans in the final episode. That's good. Was already an NB character. Hell yeah, that's good stuff. But yeah, so the reason that LGBTQ plus people tend to be made into villains in shows has a lot to do with the fact that for a long time they were not allowed to exist in any other form or fashion. So only being a villain would be the only type of representation you could get, right? Look at the, oh god, what's the name? You know Little Mermaid? The evil lady. Ursula, that's the one. Right? They were, very obviously intended to be a drag queen. Oh my, looks like I got polyed into something. And look at that, I died. Cool. This is exactly why I've got the respawn mod on, you see? I would be dead otherwise. Due to my own negligence.
You are cooked, my friend.
Exactly. Oh yeah, and you see, because I am never going to be as good at this game as literally anybody else playing it most of the time, I'm not trying to. I have never concealed the fact that I, good sir, some might say that I'm bald, some might say that I am, you know, what's another good one for that, for saying you're not very good at the game? Ah, shit. Oh, don't you worry, Schleefu. Nah, hell no. No. You think I would leave that to chance? Nah. Because keep in mind, I also, I think I said it, I think Meatball was the only person here at the time, but I was saying that I am not a gambler. I don't gamble. I only enjoy gambling on Dunk's channel. Exactly, it is in fact a month's old run, it's true. I mean, I think so there have been about, like, 4 or 5 times now where that type of death happened, right? Now, here's the weird part. I don't get how I got polymorphed, because look, I am immune to chaotic polymorph. Explain to me how that happened? Right? It was, in fact, quite a lot slower when we started. Oh yeah, speaking of, I think I need to do the save trim real quick. I'm going to save and quit real quick, and then I'm going to run the save trimmer and open it back up. The circle poly shot. Right, but the circle poly shot, is that not... Oh yeah, I mean, the way that I will end the actual run is I will turn the mod off. Simple as. So the weird part for me is that there's no longer any normal polymorphine or unstable polymorphine in the world. But I guess that doesn't mean that there's no more effects of that kind. But the weird part is, I was polymorphed into that plant creature, right? So that's a chaotic polymorphine effect. So theoretically, that shouldn't have worked. Whatever. Oh! You know, user, that's exactly what happened. That is precisely what happened then. Yeah. It does in fact seem that way. Right? And I'm totally fine with that, you know, like, because again, I'm never going to take this game as seriously as a lot of other people do, right? With, like, really doing everything vanilla and crap, because I'm too disabled. I am frankly way too disabled to handle that, right? Yeah. I could never deal with that level of, like, stress, you know? That shit would hurt my heart. Yeah. And it's hard to be chill, right? If I'm worried about all that crap, right? Exactly. It's just a game. Why you have to be made? Yeah. Oh god, that one gets me every time. If somebody can find that clip, I desperately want to make that into a sound effect. Like if you can find that for me in any way, shape, or form, ideally as an MP3 or MP4, that would be great. Also, let's see. I am looking specifically for a file folder. In the file folder, I remember it now. So you do this. And then I need to go over to here, and then local low is where I'm going. Let's see. Program files. Wrong thing. Steam library. Common. Noita. Data. No, I need to find... Shit, where are you at, Ice? I know you're... I wish that Windows Finder was less terrible, frankly. Because I really am not very fond of that shit. Oh, wait a minute. I know what I can do. I feel very silly. I feel like a very silly guy. Open file location. Data. And... no, it did not take me to the right place, son of a bitch. I wish that I remembered the specific path. Oh, here we go. I am looking for this, mayhaps, or here we go. I go here. If I go here, and then I go to the program files, and then maybe I can find all the games. Maybe. Hey, please. Could you please show me where you are, Mr. All the Games folder? Please don't keep running away. Please, sir. Please, sir. Can I have some more? App data. Local low. There we are, found it. Nola. Null. Noita save trim. Noita save trim. In case you guys don't know about Noita save trim, I will show. Display capture. It's this. It's great, guys. It's so great. Hell yeah. mean, of course I know that meme. Oh, you found it. Ooh, you found YouTube. You found the YouTube link for it. Is that right? Is that what this is? What are you? It's to be made. It's just like, oh, it's that guy. It's right. This guy is so great. It's very fun. Hell yeah! Thank you so much, Meat Standing. I appreciate that. So the quality of life mods code is super old and some of it's jank. Okay. Been working on an improvement. Wait, you've been working on an improvement? That you'll either release separately or make a change to quality of life mod? Still deciding? Oh damn, really? That's awesome. I'm impressed. You never finished it? I mean, that's totally understandable. That shit's very difficult. I'm very impressed. Oh. I was looking for this. Save trim. So if you guys didn't know, what's his name? Lim 37 of Lim's Telescope made a save trimming utility. It's why my game runs. Right? I cannot live without it. Yeah. Yeah, I was having trouble finding the local low folder, right? Yeah, I was just having trouble finding where the fuck it was. 64, because this is a new game plus. Whether to prune pixel scenes? Yes, we will do this. Do that. Good, good. If deleting chunks, so world distance I wish to... Okay, let's see. We will do this from 4. Yeah. Okay. Trim, save. There we go. All done with doing that. Now we can open the game back up. Now you may think it's a bit silly that I have to do that, but like I said, actually wait, user K, you may not know my PC is like 13 years old. Give me a brief sec. Give me 1 sec. I'll drop you a Discord link. Mods, yeah, the mods still write things. Continue. Okay, and now this. Invite to server. Copy server link. Right there. Whee! See? It already works better. Yep. Yippee! Yippee indeed. Oh yeah, fun fact, we actually got, I was gifted a new graphics card, and I was gonna install it during Dunk's stream, but Dunk had a shorter stream than normal, and so I did not. But I also got a new power supply recently, so that's good. And once again, I will probably be installing it today. Most likely, yeah. That's right. I also want to test out Glittering Field with all this shit, because it's great. I love Glittering Field. It does all sorts of fun things. I also learned recently that the energy shield sector can be used to wrap. Did not know that. Fun. Glittering Field. Okay. I'll leave that up here. And then I'd like to do... I think that my my PC, like the parts, I think the technology it's 13 to 15 years old, somewhere in there. On the Discord, I do actually have some details on it. Yeah. But in addition to those details, I am, yes, I do, yeah, one of the first, the first link you should see, if you go to the links, channel in the Discord, is Lim37's Noita save trim. It's so good. It's beautiful. I love it. 10 out of 10. I couldn't play the game without it, given the technology I have. Lim actually dropped by the stream and just told me about it and gave me the link for it. Yeah, it was extremely helpful. Like 10 out of 10. Lim is a really solid guy. Yeah. Let's see. You had a toothbrush. Had to toothbrush your charging socket on your laptop yesterday for it to work. God damn. Oh yeah, User K. So, User K, I have been on the... I have not had enough money to upgrade my PC during the entire 10 to 13 years. Yeah. Because mind you, I'm very disabled. But in addition to that, I tried to get on disability, or like supplemental security income. It's just a disability type thing. But government decided that I was insufficiently disabled. Fun fact, that was done the day that the day that Elon Musk announced that he was doing a few things. I just happened to be the day that my fucking rejection letter was dated for. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed, it sure is. Yeah. However, fortunately, a guy named Isunadire, one of the viewers, who actually lives not too terribly far away from me, is willing to donate some of his older PC parts, which for me, hella new. Oh, I know, right? America, super shithole. I mean, it's the worst. It's okay. The state that I live in, Kansas, has a few things going for it. A lot of things not going for it. One of the better things is that for people with chronic pain, like me, it's one of the only states that has not actively made it illegal to receive needed dosages of the medications for like, yeah. Yeah, depending on what it is, right? Depending on which things Isuna Dire plans to send. Yeah, that might, the DDR4 stuff, depending on the specific nature of them, like what the megahertz and whatnot are, and the compatibilities and shit, that might well be very good, because then that would mean it would be a full-ass upgrade. But yeah. Interestingly, Kansas is one of the best states in the whole of the United States for not having medications kept in that way. Specifically because Kansas's government... Oh god, what's the correct way to even talk about this? Kansas's government is so opposed to doing regulations that it's not, yeah, in some regards, it is not as corrupt. In others, it's more corrupt. However, that corruption affects some parts of healthcare less. I agree with you, Schlifu. Socialism or barbarism. Yeah. And, basically, Kansas also has something called the, Intractable Pain Bill of Rights. I believe is what it's called, or mayhaps it was an amendment to the state constitution that said that pain relief was a right of of citizens in Kansas. And this was done in 2012, and it's one of the only states to have such a thing in the whole of the US. And because such a significant portion, one of the reasons that happened, I know, right? It's amazing, you know, and like, I think it's really a beautiful thing. And it's because you guys probably have not heard of this person, I will tell you about them. Their name is Siobhan Reynolds. Siobhan is a hard-ass name to spell. I think it's Siobahn or some shit. It's a really hard to spell name. I don't remember. But yeah. Crazy concept of the people benefit from what people do in a society. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. Yeah, it's a very sensible idea. And I mean, like, TBH, I would go so far as to say we ought to eliminate the commodity form. But that's just me, I guess. Yeah. And, like, my big thing about, like, about Siobhan Reynolds is, to know who they are is, this, in shorthand, they are the Martin Luther King of chronic pain. Because they basically did a whole bunch of advocacy work and made it so that people with chronic pain had certain legal frameworks to protect them. And we're doing a whole lot of work to help people get, like, treatment for their conditions and whatnot, as well as reduce stigma for various things. And indeed, she even died for what she believed in. There's a pretty solid chance that allegedly the government sabotaged the plane they were on, the private plane that they were on, going to a very important court case that was bound for the Supreme Court so that they would not be able to be the lawyer for that case. And wouldn't you know it, that case did not keep going because of the lack of sufficient expertise available. Huh. Who... surely that's just coincidence, right? Maybe, maybe not. It matters not, really. At the end of the day, they may or may not have been assassinated for the extremely large number of people they were trying to help. Because keep in mind, maybe, let me check actually, do they have one? Oh, you're right, they don't. Crazy. That's fucked up. That's really fucked up. That's really fucked up, man. Crazy. I didn't actually know that they didn't have a Wikipedia page. That's insane. That's unhinged. And I mean, supposedly there's a billionaire in Canada who's the cause of most bad things happening. Have not investigated. To be fair, might as well just be true even if it wasn't. Because billionaires are not a good thing. Frankly, I don't have an issue with millionaires. But the fucking billionaires, bro. The billionaires. And mind you, I've got like literally like maybe... Yeah, I've got less than $200 in my bank account, so like I'm a very poor person, right? I do remember that shit, yeah. God, like I really don't got a problem with those fucking with millionaires, but I do got the issues with the billionaires, bro. Who needs that much money, man? Who needs it? And I tend to agree, Schlifu. I tend to agree. Indeed. Reformed by the people, collectively and transparently. Agreed. Oh yes, Meatball, they definitely did. Irrelevant are hoes. Yes, you are right. Yeah. I mean, hey, it is good that we at least have that thing. It's a nice thing. It's good. And I like it. It is nice. Oh yeah, that's right. I was doing goofy wand builds. Fuck yeah. I made many discoveries on that front. However, there are many other goofy ass wands to be built. This particular wand build is also especially stupid, but it's also rather effective. Oh, Liquid. Welcome on in. But yeah, that's fantastic. How will you pay for your third super yacht? Now, I actually do have a pretty fun idea for, like, how to go about, like, dealing with, like, super amounts of wealth. And the idea is basically, you have to fill out some forms to justify what the hell... Like, once you get past, like, several $100 million, you need to just... The stringency with which you need to justify the wealth and holding on to it increases, right? Liquid. And I basically worked on a whole like system about like making checks and balances and shit because like I think I've said this before that I'm very interested in policy and I wanted to do research on such things because personally I felt like a thing that would be fun and good and nice to do that maybe would be helpful at some point back when I was a fair bit more naive was to collect together and collate a bunch of research and put it together into a evidence-based type of system to reduce corruption, make it harder for corruption to occur within the system being created, mind you, and to more or less make effective tax policy as well as effective wealth policy that and essentially go about like restructuring the nature in which money is budgeted within the country, and then how money is then reallocated, and then moving power away from the federal government towards the state. Because mind you, the idea behind this is also very specifically to get it approved under a Republican regime, because obviously Republicans are the ones who would prevent such a thing. Who likes bananas? Welcome on in, Bro Dantes. Hello, hello. Yeah. And essentially, yeah, that was the whole idea, but naturally yeah. Oh, I see. So the people are the bananas. I see. So I understand. But welcome in, bro Dantes. I'm glad to have you. Right now we're talking about the healthcare and financial policy research that I used to do before I became very disabled. But then after I'd actually like assembled a really comprehensive type of thing, I had a really impactful conversation with somebody. I forgot who it was, but they told me words that were something to the tune of, I mean, hey, people don't care what's real, what the most effective thing is, what the most well-supported, researched solution is. They want to feel safe, and they want the people in charge, they want to feel like the people in charge are on their side and understand them. And nothing else matters. Yeah. I don't fully agree with that, but it did reframe a lot of things for me at the time. Because at the time I hadn't fully realized that, yeah, I guess it really doesn't matter. Why bother wasting my time actually making a perfect system of governance, right? If no one's ever going to use it. Yeah. And so, I pivoted and focused in more to healthcare policy and away from financial policy, because I knew that if I went for financial policy, none of it would ever get used and it would never do anybody any good. Not that it ended up mattering at the end of the day, but hey, c'est la vie. That's life. Liquid. Oh, and thank you very much, Bro Dantes, for the follow. We got Gigaputty, and we got lizards. Got lizards and Gigaputty. And see, we got a cute little, like, dancing guy. Look at the little guy. He's a little dancing slug cat. What's not to love? Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, yeah, Saban Reynolds. It is pretty criminal how unmentioned they are on Wikipedia, because not like one of the bigger things they did was okay, so I'm pretty sure it's the case that she was on when she perished, and there was basically somebody had their death post-mortem classified as a drug overdose. How would you guys guess that they died? Do tell, because the answer is not what you expect. The guy who was voted out in Austria or Australia was a parasite, and people voted him out even though the vote was rigged. Hell yeah, good shit. That's the neat thing. If I can find enough info, you might write a very basic page yourself, since making a place to put info is the most important part, Doc. That is actually quite true, yeah. I mean, you're totally right about that, yeah. This is true and fact. We have considered how Trump wouldn't be able to turn the White House into a ballroom had he not stolen all that money from literally everyone ever. Oh God, it's so good. That line is just so funny. Plane crash? Honestly, close. Pretty close. You heard it, the word say, yeah. That's good. But hey, and also if you want to make sounds, Bro Dantes, on the stream, you can do exclamation mark sounds. And if you just say any of those commands, it will make a sound. For example,
You are cooked, my friend.
there you go.
Here we go. Let's go to space. Let's go to space.
Precisely so.
Let's go under the sea
Exactly.
for that special.
Yeehaw. And that's Pulu VT if you don't know them. And then, oh wait, oh, yes. I'm not sure if I've updated the squaw sounds yet, but they're gonna be great someday.
And then I was all like, squaw?
That's Hyperstypher X if you don't know him. So, the person who had been labeled as having died of a drug overdose was on long-term opioid therapy for chronic pain and died from a broken spine in a car crash. And yet, they were labeled having died of a drug overdose. And I don't think I need to tell you that that makes no fucking sense at all. Yeah. And so, let me lay something out for you guys so that you guys know. No, funny enough, no. It was so much worse, user. It was that the drugs were in their system. Period. End of story. No further elaboration. You back? We taken about the at least 17 missing scientists. Which scientists? Wait. What scientists we talking about? I've not heard of this. Tell me about. But yes. I actually have not heard of this shit. I'm interested. You don't know much. You know more than me, surely. No, they died from the crash, and then, so, essentially, think of it like this. What is the worst way to classify deaths? That's what America does. So, what is the fundamental thing you have to do to have meaningful data? Meatball, I'm sure you know the answer. Do tell. What is the most important thing you need to do to have an interpretable data set of anything, ever? It's one word. Because that thing is not a thing we did in America. Some say unrelated, some say something. I see. Oh, fascinating. I actually have heard of that one. I heard of that one a long time ago, but that would mean that this was the second time that's happened. Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah, that's a thing. Meatball? Exactly. The word I was going for was standardization. But repeatability? Also very important. So, would you like... Tell me. When you hear things from the Center for Disease Controls about overdoses, and they say very concerning things, you would assume that the data was good, right? Oh, you have a banger comic? I love that. I look forward to it. So, in America, there is no standardized post-mortem toxicology system. None. In fact, there is no kind of standardized practice to determine cause of death. Point blank, period. And I know, right? Yeah, like fucking, yeah, scientists have killed so many fucking mice to get decent LD50 figures, and yet it's being wasted because there is no standardized post-mortem toxicology, or, and in case you guys don't know what that means, it means after death figuring out what's in, like, what drugs are in the blood. That's what the post-mortem toxicology is. I take look. Let's take a peek. Yay! Yay! It's pretty good. Yay! I like it. That's pretty fucking funny. And you want to know the worst part about this? People have been trying to fix this for a long time, and it's not even a thing. Oh god, what is the name of that one article? Fuck. It's like a call for standardization in postmortem toxicology for okay, so there's basically there's a difference between a medical examiner and a mortician. Is it a mortician? Basically, there's a huge gap of needed training and expertise between, like, between the people who actually are looking at people, like the dead bodies, and getting the data about, like, what type of drugs they were in the system and stuff, and people qualified to do that, right? For every one person who's qualified to do that, there are 10 people who are actually doing the thing, right? Who are like, they're like, I think they're like, is it medical? Let me just look up the right word so I don't fucking fuck this up. Because I used to have all my papers, again, on my other computer, which I really hope I can recover some data off of someday. Because I would love to have my, like, research library back. So I had, like, well over, like, 15 gigabytes of PDFs of research. Okay, I'm gonna look. Let's see about this. I'm looking for medical examiner. It's medical examiner versus coroner. That's the word. Haha! God, that was difficult. So, the biggest difference is medical examiners are appointed physicians, usually forensic pathologists with specialized medical trainings, while coroners are typically elected officials who may or may not have any type of medical background. What's more, in some places, like there is, okay, pardon me, in many, many places, the majority of places, there is no standardized, accepted qualification level for a coroner. Meaning, the people who examine dead bodies to find out how they died. I will drink water. In some places, in my state and in other states, all that they need to be is someone with a driver's license. Yeah. So, Meatball, can you see now? Yeah, no qualifications whatsoever. Now, I want you to take that into account. Now, let me further take away your faith in toxicology reports from the government. It's so much worse than what I just said. So if you think what I just said is bad, Meatball, that's less than half the problem. Well, first off, wait, you think that autopsies happen most of the time? Oh, no, you silly man. Those cost money. They only do an autopsy if they believe there's a reason to. Now, you don't believe me? Oh, okay. Alrighty, I'll find the paper for you. No, just give me a sec. This, I can actually find this one very fast. Haha! Found it!
Pretty smart, dude.
Okay, this isn't the exact one, but here is one of them. Sag. I wish I'd had the just one, but here you go. This is one of them. It gets better. It gets even, as by better, I mean worse. So, one of the biggest problems here is that, here's another good one. So, medical examiners are well-qualified professionals. The issue is, there's not near enough medical examiners. And frequently, yeah, okay, here's another one. This was actually just a news article. In fact, I think this is most well suited to purpose here. Because I don't think the others are needed. Although, I know you like your academic sources. However, your armpit hurts. I'm sorry to hear that your armpit hurts. Which part of the armpit is it? Because I may be able to tell you which things causing the problems. Most likely, anyway. So, think of it like this. When somebody dies, the coroner... Oh, sure. I can do that. I can put in Discord. When somebody dies, we'll go in relevant discussion stuff. This is why I made this channel. So, a vibe check is done. And that vibe check is done by somebody who does not have qualifications. The vibe check is to find out, do we need to spend money to find out if there is A, foul play, B, and mind you, the cops also do a vibe check beforehand as the body is brought to the place. If the cops believe that foul play was done, then they will tell them to, like, investigate it, maybe do an autopsy, etc., right? They might call in the medical examiner, if it's bad enough, right? Somebody dies, skill issue. True that, true. Skin, sweat, irritates. Oh, irritates. It irritates it, no, it's not a hydrate. Interessant. Oh, I think, yeah, I know the type of issue you're talking about. Yeah, that's not an easy one to fix. Yeah, that's just unpleasant. Poor Meatball. Ow. Comfort. And as we know, of course, Schlifu, no cop has ever been even a little bit corrupt. Never. Never seen it happen even once. Except all the times we've seen it happen. Yeah, just get good, don't die. Yeah, just should have been undead. Can't die if already dead. Huh? Yeah? Yeah? It's so stupid. So basically, right? How could police be corrupt? Aren't they all what? Oh. That's a good one, user. That's a good one. But they were only the few bad apples, of course. I mean, yeah, just accepted all the apples were bad. And maybe the country's allergic to these fucked up, poisonous apples. Right? So, the shit that happens with medical examiners and whatnot and all this, when you guys were hearing about the opioid epidemic and stuff, several bills were passed that there was actually some progress in the post-mortem toxicology stuff, right? However, I keep in mind, and a few improvements were made. Yes, made possible only by lobbying. I'm not going to get back into the specifics of that stuff. Hey, 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 Ash, welcome on in. Right now, we're talking about post-mortem toxicology and the process of after-death investigations into the cause of death. That's real funny, Schlifu. I'm amused. So essentially, okay, the place I'm going to start with this one is anyone here old enough to remember hearing about the oxycodone epidemic? Is that a yes, Meatball? Do you remember about that? I believe it was around late 90s, early 2000s. Very yes, you say. So, Meatball, I'm going to first tell you about a paper that I was planning on writing. Or an experiment I was planning on doing. It was going to take an article about the oxycodone epidemic and the modern opioid epidemic and just replace nouns and ask participants if they noticed anything amiss. Because I conducted experiments just with people talking to them and shit. They couldn't tell the difference. the sentence structure, the syntax, everything identical. And it belies the fact that all of their arguments, like, they're bringing up a real issue, right? About addiction. Problem is, they have misattributed the cause, the worsening factors, and the ways to fix it. I mean, yeah, the pharmaceutical companies do really enjoy the money. Now, what if I told you that 67% of the time, oxycodone is what Suboxone, the addiction treatment medication, shows up as in toxicology reports? Wouldn't that be something? Because that is true. What is this video? This looks very silly. What the fuck? No. This is so cursed. I hate it. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. So, indeed, the debout. It is fucked up, but it's also kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's pretty fun. I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad, and when the 1-minute ad is over, I'm gonna give you a well lined up argument to describe to you exactly the essence of the problem. Yeah, be right back. God, that's funny. Alrighty. Here we go. Y'all ready? Buckle in. Due to the inherent limitations of toxicology as a medium, and the fact that we must measure the metabolites of various medications, this leads to certain molecules showing up exactly the same as other molecules some of the time. Especially when the measurement assay, an immunoassay, the most common type of drug test, the most inaccurate type as well, separate discussion, the more often those things will have issues. I mean, as a medium, as a science, and as a process, Meatball. There's issues on every level. I'm not getting into it, because frankly, there are so many things wrong with drug testing, full stop, as a thing. Unironically, I have written 18 to 30 pages rather casually with a fully cited, bibliography about the issues associated with toxicology in my spare time simply because of how appalling the issues are. Are you talking about the assay itself? Is that what you're referring to with the medium? That is what I'm talking about. Yes, user, it sure is important. It'd be a shame if, I don't know, most immunoassay drug tests, cough cough, the type that workplaces use, were wrong almost half the time. That could lead to serious consequences, couldn't it? Yeah, it sure could. Yeah. Immunoassays are exceedingly inaccurate, particularly with some people more than others. And if a person's urine creatine levels are too high, that is to say, if they didn't drink enough water, the level of inaccuracy is in anywhere between doubled and tripled, all the way up to octupled in likelihood to have an incorrect reading, whether a false positive or a false negative. And mind you, this is not the worst thing about them. Remember, I was just saying that Suboxone, the addiction treatment drug, I agree, unusably, I agree. Suboxone, the addiction treatment medication, 67% of the time will show up on immunoassays, that is to say, the most common drug test, as oxycodone. The quote-unquote oxycodone epidemic could then be reframed as one of two things. A bunch of people with addiction receiving treatment for the medication, or receiving treatment with Suboxone, or the medication getting diverted to the streets and used illicitly. In either case, it's got not that much to do with oxycodone potentially, right? And even if we're generous and we say this only happens some of the time, right? The fact that we cannot and do not know, and that they knew at the time that this inaccuracy was a thing, and still chose to interpret the data as such, it's a problem. It's a very serious problem. As such, if anybody's ever the fact of the matter is, if you legitimately did not even if you did, let's say hypothetically somebody took a drug and it showed up on an immunoassay supposedly. That test, despite being quote-unquote admissible in court, there's also quite a few cases that have gone through the court about that inaccuracy, because it is I would argue that immunoassays are worse than a worthless test. They're a tool of social control. Yeah, that's what they are. They're a tool of social control used to ruin people's lives, repress minorities, and extract money from people. Because the more accurate types of drug testing, gas chromatography, and mass spectroscopy, GCMS, they're really expensive. Infeasibly expensive. Now, what type of testing do you think is done with post-mortem toxicology? I'm looking it up to make sure I'm very correct here, because I don't want to be wrong. I would not want to misinform y'all. And I'd like to be double sure. Yup. Yup. So, it's pretty bad. There are several types that are done, right? Oh no. Is that... If this is what I think it is, it's worse, actually, than I thought. Because it might legitimately be very much worse. Yeah. So, the ELISA, enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, is one of the main things that's done. Now, here's the problem. Doing this type of test doesn't tell you necessarily what drugs were in the person's system. You must do a far more specific test to do that, and that test is very expensive. Now, they will tell you very broadly, like extremely broadly, maybe they had something like an opioid or a central nervous system depressant in their system. But that's it, right? The problem is, a lot of different things can show up that way. Remember what I just said about oxycodone and Suboxone, the addiction treatment drug? Yeah. Is it starting to come together for y'all? Because in order to confirm what actually was going on, you must do a hundreds and thousands of dollars per test type of analysis using something called gas chromatography, mass spectroscopy, or, give me a sec, there's a third one, liquid chromatography, LCMS. Yeah. And headspace gas chromatography. That one's for alcohols and volatiles. And urea or creatine in the vitreous humor to assess kidney function or time of death is another thing that's frequently done. So, what that basically means is that the vast majority of the time, they measure this shit, and they say it's measuring one thing. In reality, it's measuring something entirely different, but even if we put that aside, it doesn't necessarily mean that what they claim is being measured, or that, you know, the person even died from drugs, even if they had the drugs in their system. And yeah, it is Meatball, you're right. It is a lot like some of the time you try to measure a person's height, and it gives you their waist periphery. You're right. It's that bad. And remember what I said about coroners not having training and shit or qualifications. So even a well-meaning person who was trained decently, they're not going to be able to interpret the results correctly. Right? So what is that? It means that, like, the very foundation of all of these data collection systems is not just bad, but harmfully useless. And yet, I'll bet money this is one of the first times you guys have heard of this shit. Yeet. Mm-hmm. This is a very fun wand, but honestly, it's not very good. Like, it doesn't do its job that well. It's pretty medium. I'm going to rate the, large firebolt machine gun wand. I'm gonna give it a letter grade of C. Even for digging. Like, it's okay at digging. That's the thing it's probably the best at. Okay. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed your post-mortem toxicology lesson today. Because, yeah. Definitely. Did I accidentally? I hope I didn't throw my draft of Midas. I did not. It's right there. That's good. Okay, what else I got here? Yeah, what the fuck is this thing? What the hell is this ridiculous wand build that I created here? What is this doing? So it launches a propane tank. How many propane tanks can it launch? And how fast? Pretty fast. It's not like uber fast, but it's not slowly, that's for sure. Interesting. You back? Very good. I mean, that's totally valid, honestly. The specific, I guess, the, what do you call it? The long short of the lesson there is the coroner evaluating the results of the initial drug test doesn't know what they mean. Even a little. And the test itself is faulty to the point of uselessness. There you go. That's it. Oh yeah, we gotta... I wanted to see how good this one is. How is this freeze melee machine gun wand thing? Yeah. And you see, the only reason I know any of that is because I studied a whole bunch of methodology crap and found that a lot of that stuff, there were a lot of things about it that were rather, like, lacking in terms of the methodology of various, types of stuff. And that, were it not... Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to figure out a way to make this one work. But that is okay. It's okay for this wand build to fail. Not every wand build has to work. Although I do wonder what happens if I do this. It fucks it up again. How unfathomably strange. Like, that's an awful lot of glittering field. Let me just get rid of that shit. Okay. Yeah. This wand build is both ill-founded and slightly impossible. It needs to be totally different in nature for this to work. It needs to be part of a separate spell, like casting block, for not to get caught in the chainsaw, basically. Yeah. Oh well. Such is indeed life. So, this wand can go... It goes in here. Good stuff. And this one? This guy, where should I put this defunct wand build? I'm not sure. Let's yoink. Yeah, let's yoink some stuff off of this one, make some space, be done with it. Wait, actually, no, this wand is sort of functional. Just a whole bunch of propane. Propane, propane. Propane, propane. Let's see here. There we go with that one. And... I will put this guy here. And then I will... bring Summon Tentacle up here. Add mana up here. Very good. And Glittering Field, you can go down here because, frankly, I'm not that invested in making this specific wand build work because it's a bit of a harebrained scheme, frankly. And a little bit unnecessary, because I could just lower the cast delay and recharge time with things like Luminous Drill in a separate cast block, or just behind a wand refresh, so it doesn't really matter very much. Yeah, user, I super strongly agree with you. Like, profoundly so. I believe that Noita is a totally different game because they didn't include more inventory space. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I don't think it's either. I think it's just really, really, really different. And I think that the game could have been drastically augmented by having a separate mode that just had a bigger wand stash, right? Maybe something like in Noita Together, where you could, like, go into the Holy Mountain and look into the stuff, right? And do all that shit. Yeah, it could have been a whole lot of fun. And I'm really fond of shit like that. And I think that it would have been a delightful time for everybody. And I understand, like, a lot of the reasons why they probably didn't go for such a thing. it's got a lot of issues. And it makes the game very drastically different, right? Like, it's a drastically different game without such things. I wonder what happens if I do that. All of these should get removed by add trigger. This is devious and this is stupid. Let's see what it does. Shot 1. Shot 2. It's a very pretty bit of pollen. Whoa. So it can deliver the holy bomb, it seems, in a payload. But it seems like it doesn't do it all the time. Oh, it needs a hidden enemy because it's an add trigger and not an expiration trigger. Makes perfect sense. Explosion! True. And you gotta go sleep. That's perfectly okay. You got it. I hope you enjoy your good sleeps, and I had a great time chit-chatting with you. And I look forward to seeing you again soon. Yeah, and I agree with you that fundamentally the game as it is right now couldn't support that. But yeah, I also would love to see a version designed more around the idea of picking stuff up, taking it with them in level and other shit, right? Like, it'd be great. It'd be awesome. So you're right, it's very much centered around the God Run playstyle, getting to that God Run playstyle, right? And I actually agree that, like, it could be very fun if, like, there was a... So, like, Nightmare Mode is the closest thing, right? Because you need so much damage to stay alive, right? And it's so difficult to stay alive. And, you know, I like Nightmare. I think it's great. And when I'm done with this God Run, you better believe one of the first things I'm about to do is get a Nightmare run going. Because I fucking love Nightmare. It's so good. It's so much fun. It's a damn good time. But yeah, so like, it's super fun. And I do wish that we had such things, but you're right. The game is not set up like that at all. Okay. Alright, I remember what I was doing. I was stripping these things off of here. That's alright. Also, Womp. And Thwomp. And which things do I not need on here? You. Goodbye. Scooch. And Scooch. And Scooch. And then that means that this guy goes into the empty wands. Lovely. On to the next thing. Now, this wand build is very fun. It's terribly stupid. And it's, frankly, one of the most utterly destructive wand builds to, like, the environment and everything around me that I have made. It's very woat acid reflex in vibe. And I totally agree with you. I agree. Acid W. Big much. And I fucking love acid. It's so much fun. And IDK, I think this particular wand is basically perfect. I'm not sure I would modify it any further. I guess, actually, no. There was one thing I would do. Reduce recharge. That's all. Yep. Very simple. Even more acid faster. Oh, I agree. It's fucking insane how it really wrecks the pixel sim, which is precisely why I'm going to run away from the consequences of my actions, you see. I'm just going to dig. I'm just going to dig, dig, dig. Like, my frame rate depends on it, because it does. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like, something I did a few times. Oh shit, I ran out of poly immunity, but I'll deal with that later, frankly. So, something I did quite a few times to get through my first nightmare run and a few other things was that I would notice an enemy that I couldn't deal with, right? And if I had the ability to do so, I would throw a reactive liquid somewhere. And it would then delay how long it took for the enemy to react to me, which would then give me a chance to run past them. I learned this trick. Actually, well, okay. I learned to just run past the bad guys from Yolksby. However, I learned the pixel sim thing just from watching quite a lot of Noita, right? And then I just ran past. And it gave me that extra moment to do just that. Because it's a thing. Is that cheating? Probably. But it might also just be playing the game. Who could say? Yeah, I mean, it could be confirmation bias. Not gonna lie. Could just have been the way that the enemies, like, slow down. Naturally. It could also just be that, especially with how slow my PC is, it's a bigger effect, right? So on a normal PC, it wouldn't be that noticeable. But on an older one like this, it's way noticeable. Yeah. Oh, interesting that nearby materials are factored into the pathfinding behavior in general. Yeah, I guess that does make sense. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Since like most of the game is single-threaded, yeah. It makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna run an ad, go to the bathroom, and be right back. I will be back quickly. This time. Because I don't need to make food or anything. Oh, goodness. Very good. Very good. And I'm back. Ha ha! Oh god, Meat Standing, that's so funny! Poor Meat Standing, it's so bad! The pixel sim is somewhat separated, but yeah. Very much all or nothing, yeah. And I'm back. But yes, user K, don't forget to follow so that you get notified and stuff. You seem like you're getting along with everybody. And I would hate for my generally lackluster marketing in terms of my name, hamperchamp, to follow. You seem to be getting along with everybody. Mentally tabbed out. You ought to hit the follow button so that you get notified and stuff whenever I go live and shit. Well, on the bright side, I do have that Discord and the alerts. But even so, if you hit the follow button, yeah, it helps. But yeah, you see, and you also get Gigaputty, Lizard, and look at that cute little dancing guy. Look at him. Yo, no Meat Standing, your rage is immeasurable and your day is ruined. I'm so sorry. What was the name of the cat that stole the meat and cheese? I agree, W. Rivulet. Because, I mean, I'm a big fan of Rain World as well. I will almost assuredly never play it, though, because I am not that much of a god gamer. I don't think I have the skills. TBH. Just like straight up. You assume the Spolite one. What's their name? Yeah. And the movement, I guess, so here's my thing. I think I would enjoy the Artificer campaign and the Saint campaign. And the Gourmand. Like, okay. I would really have fun with all the combat. But I don't have the patience for how long it would take to go from place to place. Ah! Oh, Meat Standing. Oh, I believe that it's mega fun, TBH. It seems mega fun. Indisputably. Hell yeah. Button press, yeah, yeah. Gotta maintain a streak or so, doo-doo. There's a shelter and artificers massive. You spent a good 60 cycles killing as many scavs as you could. Piling them all in there! You're over 100. That is incredible. I am delighted by that. That's incredibly great. You gonna lurk Meat Standing? Don't you worry. And you only filled it up vertically halfway? That's impressive, actually. That's very impressive. was like a train car shelter or something. Oh, by the way, how did you find my channel? I was curious about that. I just forgot to ask. I try to ask that question more often, but then I very, very consistently forget to do so. That's super valid, yeah. Yeah, that's super valid. And indeed, this is, in fact, one of my favorite times to stream Noita. Today, like, I guess Saturday morning to afternoons are generally my best time to stream. And I mean, hey, if you have any good mods, I do love good mods that makes the experience better. Especially ones that will improve the performance of the game. Fair mod! Fair mod! No! You see, I value both my happiness and my sanity. Fair mod. I watched Dunk play Fair mod. I know what this nonsense is about. It is funny though, I'm not gonna lie. It's very funny. What's Chemical Curiosities? Tell me about it. Now, Perkageddon, I really like this one. I like that, yeah. Perkageddon is really cool. I also really enjoyed that anything can switch with anything mod. It's so stupid. It's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen, and I love it. It's great. What in the goddamn was I doing here? Was this just summon Taikasova nonsense? It looks like it. As far as I can tell, yeah. Summon Taikasova. Yeah. That's all. Nothing special there. Good to know. Oh, yeah, to my recollection, the way it be is, it's like a type of fungal shifting thing, but the ID, so like, an example is that a tier 3 wand got swapped with the Wasp spawner. So it just started spawning tier 3 wands. Chaos shifts, yeah. Yeah. That was so fucking hilarious. That was the most fucked up nonsense I think I've seen Dunk do maybe ever. Like, it was just such... It was so unhinged. I loved every second of it, right? It was so good. Evasions. Congas. Fungal pain extend. Is that what it's called? I'm gonna be real. That might be one of the funniest names I've heard of anything ever. That's really good. That's really good. That's a really good name. Do 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 do. Toss. For this, what we would like is put you there. Put you there. Flip flop that. I mean, this one is not functional even a little bit. It's fine. What's this guy? Right in the storage. Very good. That's this. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna just do this. And be done with that one. Dang. That is pretty fun. And then I get to use one of the ad manas. And it gets to be perfect. I mean, now it'll sustain. Hell yeah! What more could you want from a soft digging wand, really? Yes. So that one, the chaos shifts happening every time they took damage. Yeah. That's what it was. It's coming back to me now. I don't know about you. Energy Orb, straight up one of my favorite spells. I want there to be more spells like it, right? I want Energy Orb does not get enough love. I don't understand why it's not everybody's favorite fucking spell. Like, it's my favorite projectile, right? I mean, first off, the sound effects, am I right? The sound effects. Second off, the soft digging. Third off, it does slice damage. It does fucking slice damage. What more could you possibly want? It also has fixed recoil, right? So, like, if you put it on a wand with a whole bunch of recoil, it says, okay, way the fuck less. Like, legit. It's the best fucking thing. Why Giga Black Hole? I mean, it's good fun. I like it. It's delightful, but why is it your favorite? Okay. The large magic missile. Yeah? This large magic missile machine gun wand does work. Good stuff. It works just peachy. Yeah, I don't know about this one. It's a cool sprite, but that's honestly one of the nicer things I have to say about that one. Oh yeah! I wanted to see how this did with all the great, like, damage perks I have. And, like, the critical plus and shit. I want to know. Oh, wow. Well, that's just the physics damage, but... Let's see. Hiya! No projectile damage, I see. Good to know. However, you take rock damage, that's good. I'm glad they take rock damage, because that would not be great if they did not take rock damage. And... shotgun. Hobo with a shotgun. If you haven't seen Hobo with a shotgun, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun to do. But it's kind of messed up. Pretty messed up, but kind of. Okay. What? Why are you... What? Mr. Homing Rock? Is there something wrong? Are you okay, Mr. Homing Rock? You seem ill. Must be the accelerating shot. Let's see. And I big agree about the you're partially being a black hole. And thank you. I really like the energy orb because it is so nice. It's pretty solid for a lot of reasons. It's also pretty. It is an extremely pretty spell. So in addition to everything else, it's got aesthetics. Oh my, is this diminution? That's a lot of diminution, isn't it? Whoa. Nutty Mitchell was not kidding in terms of disc projectile just kind of being better than bouncing burst, energy sphere. Not energy orb, but energy sphere and arrow in terms of like the beginning and end velocity thingies, projectile gaining damage dealios. Yeah. Block. Really? Oh, I get it now. It's you bastards again. You fuckers. Get your butt over here and perish. There you go. Good stuff. Tee. Oh, triplicate bolt. Triplicate bolt. Yeah, I really like triplicate bolt too. It's great. Infestation. Ooh, that's a good one. Entropy? In this game? Kick a black hole is the best spell towards that. I see what you mean. That makes sense, honestly. I mean, that it's good. I like it for that purpose. I do believe I haven't always cast of that. I will yank that out here in a bit. For your sake. I also like this one I built. It's freeze melee protect me, fly. And in fact, there's not really much of any disadvantage to just casting more than one of them. Whee! I guess there is an issue of it, like, freezing stuff. That could be a problem. But, like, look at that shit, man. That is, like, super duper hyper effective. And I love it. Yeah, like, I'm a real big fan of that. I'm also really glad to know how well the, freeze melee combined with summon wasp swarm is, right? Like, it's really good, because that means that theoretically, all you need to do is, like, do, a simple-ass homing build, right? With that, you're all good. With the freeze, I mean. Or you just throw freeze on it, and it's way the hell better. You know, it's just really interesting. And I like that. I like that about it. Oh my. I see. Is the windsock making it so I'm getting hurt, or is that just the bad wand design? It's probably just the bad wand design. Yeah, definitely that. Yeah, this is really just a terrible wand design. And the more I try, the more I'm convinced that intense concentrated light is the worst. Right? I simply cannot seem to make use of this trash. Why? I just want the damn thing to work, right? Please, God, tell me what they are. Convince me this spell isn't trash. Here's the current wand build. Is this. To enable components on the player on restart. What do you mean? Elaborate, please. This is very interesting. Ah! What? Why is this suddenly even more explodey? I have so many questions, man. I got so many questions. You cast it, and before it finishes the glyph effect, restart your game. And then, a new game. It will activate stuff. Whoa, like what stuff? What things will it activate? I must know. Entities are stored in game by entity ID, a numerical value counting up per entity. Intense concentrated light summons a bunch of inactive entities at the end of the glyph animation. It enables them. Can you give me an example of how you might use this for interesting tech things? I am much interested. Whoa. Kaboom. You don't know any person, you know can be. I see. I got you. I got you. Understandable. On the bright side, like, I guess technically this build does do a lot of damage. And I suppose is narrowly, in some cases, possibly during a nightmare run, maybe going to be worth the damage it causes the player as well. Maybe. Not an easy to control glitch. Interesting. Even so, that is good to know. Wait, what happens if I put orbiting arc on this trash? Wait, what? Huh? Huh. I cannot really tell if there's a difference there. Weird. Okay. Well, I guess technically because it works, it gets to stay, but I don't really like it. Alright, let's see. Yeah, this guy's going to, I'm gonna just put this guy in the ceiling, because I don't need it. I do not really want it either. But I also don't want to get rid of it, per se. Okay. I mean, it is good to know about this type of tech use, because I like to know such things, right? And did you see my summon tentacle slug wand? If not, I think you will think it's a you'll get a kick out of it at minimum. Good, good. I just wanted to make sure. That's good. Let's see what else we got here. Nothing else that I need, really. Yeah, nothing terribly useful there. Okay. I love this. This build is so fun. It's one of my very, very favorite digging builds ever. I am so glad Dunker Slam talked about this shit, otherwise I would not have found out about it. It's so cute. It's so simple. It's so easy. Right? I fucking love this shit. And it doesn't use up the charges. It's so good. Like, what is not to love about that shit, you know? It's just great. Now, what is... Yeah, I see. This one is just to detonate liquids. I get it. Oh, yeah. I remember what I was going to do with this particular wand. This particular wand. I was going to get rid of the wand itself. And I was going to move this build to a significantly better wand. 10 slots. Okay. Something with 10 or more slots. Come on. Oops. I mean, that will work, but I don't want to... I could get by. 1, 2, 3, 4. I could get by with quite a lot fewer slots actually. Okay, if I get one with 8, I can make that work. Here we go. That'll do. Good stuff. I need a quad. And actually, are there any in here? Let's just see. Is that triple or quad? Triple. Triple or quad? Triple. Darn. That's a shame. Let's put you right there for just a sec. And grab out a quad. Like that one right there. Lovely. This particular wand is wacky as all hell. I do not need it, but it's, other than for storage, I mean, but man, it's a wacky thing. Okay, 1 quad. Should do just fine. A chaos larva. A drill. A plasma. In fact, a sped up plasma. In fact, why not just give everything the speed up? And then 1, 2, 3, 4. It does not fire quite as fast as it should. As such, I need to replace this guy with one Lumi drill. One Lumi drill will do the trick. And I've got a bit of an overabundance of Lumi drills. If I can find the darn things. Here's one of them. Good. Okay. Still feels a little slow, but it's not really the worst thing. I could always take the Chaos Larpa off of it, but do I want to? Oops. I mean, it does make it a lot more controllable, but I suppose that is more realistic, I guess. Because I don't really want something that's utterly unhinged most of the time. I mean, it is fun to have that from time to time, but not all the time. Now, a very, very fast little firebolt or firebomb attack thing with a little plasma beam. Very doable. However, I must then confront the simple question. The hell's the point of this trash? To which I don't know that there's a real answer. What happens if I make it overwrap like this? Oh my god! Never mind. That gives it a fucking purpose, that does. Actually, wait. What if... Yeah, I don't want to pick it back up and not deal with that. Okay. You gotta head out. Getting ready to play Among Us. Best of luck. And thank you. Much appreciated. Have a great day. And have a good time playing Among Us. That sounds like a lot of fun. I hope you have a great time. Toodaloo. I appreciate you dropping by. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see. Good stuff. Okay, now I toss this particular one. Don't need that. Grab this guy. Put this divide by 2 here. Put that guy there. Yank that off. Put this there. Good stuff. Hell yeah. Okay. Toss this. And... Huh. Huh. If I do that, it should be all good. And this, let's see. And go right there. Lovely. It's a big explosion. Yeah. Oh. Huh. Yeah, I'm not so sure. Eh. Huh. Yeah, this one is a little bit ill-conceived, frankly. It doesn't really have enough mana. Yeah. In fact, I think... Okay. Yeah, this one is meh. I do not know if I don't know if intense concentrated light is really worth it at any particular, like any stage whatsoever. Yeah, I think it's just gotta go. It's just not good enough. Not even remotely. Now, without that, this no longer has mana issues. And frankly, it's pretty able to just clear all sorts of shit out and probably do so around corners. And if I add an extra bounce spell to it, it should be able to do even better. By quite a lot, I would think. Yeah. That's funny as shit. I love that. Beautiful. And it's also quite pretty. Dope. That's cool. Whoa, that's cool. Huh. Okay, so the entire point of this thing is what? Infestation is that. This just delivers it elsewhere. I mean, it's good. It's pretty. Most of what it has going for it, though. It's just that it's pretty. Got one. We got two. Got three. We got four. And here we got. Huh. Damn. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it seems to work just fine. I could certainly stand to add more damage and shit to it, but I don't know that I need to. It's perfectly good enough. I like it. Okay. Huh. I suppose a divide by 2 or divide by 3 would fix this. Put this guy up for a sec. Yeah, divide by 2. That should fix this. Does it really legit need, like, divide by 3? Are you for realsies? Either... Oh, divide by 3. Whee! Well, that does not fix it. Are you for real? Damn. I guess that makes sense. It does not fully cancel it out. Shit. Well, I guess a different spell is better in this instance then. Like this guy. Huh. Let's try divide by 2. Yeah. Alternatively, I could do that. Whoa, that works? Are you fucking kidding me? I did not expect that to work that well. What? Hell yeah. So cool. That's kind of enthralling. Excellent. Good shit. Boing. This one is very fun, but slightly impractical, I guess. Yeah, it's just not that practical, I wouldn't say. I love this. It spawns a sparkly eldritch creature. Fun! Hee hee! Sparkly eldritch creature, do 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 do. Kaboom! Damn. That's pretty cool. I like. Huh. Huh. Okay. Right. Intéressant. This is a pretty okay build. It's frankly largely unimpressive, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure that it's that impressive or good or anything. Yeah. Okay, what exactly is this one? Actually, how much damage was that? That seemed like a not small amount. Yeah, this particular wand is a little bit ill-conceived from beginning to end. It's not very well thought out here. Yeah. Let's raid Nuka. Raid. Nuka. Wow. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. I think you guys will enjoy Nuka, but, you know, I'm getting a little tired, so I'm going to call it here. I had a great stream, and I really appreciated it. I had a great time with y'all. So I hope y'all come back sometime soon, drop a follow, and be sure to follow Nuka. He's great. So I'll see you guys later. Toodaloo.